Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. We had a little week off last week, took a break, and now we are back for more D&D fun. As a collection of unlovable misfits, all who have sworn their soul to me. Now, we almost have a whole party this week. We've got all of our players, but we're missing one. Travis Willingham, unfortunately, still is unable to be with us. However, there is maybe a fair reason this week. I heard he was unfortunately trapped inside a New Jersey mall and busy acting as the eyes and ears of the local police force, whilst plotting his own quirky, obesity-based humour to try and be the downfall of the local criminals that have invaded. So we wish him all the luck with that, and we are sure it will be a box office. But we shall jump right back in where we left off 2 weeks ago. And given that it was 2 weeks, we're going to need double the reminder. And who better to give us that reminder? Jared this week.
Right, hello. I'm afraid I can only give half of one reminder, but in this case, I will try my best. So it all started kind of where we left off before then, where we were scouting around the tree windmill thing that had been burnt down by the nasty, gross cultists. Following this, we kind of followed this small track that seemed to go further into the forest, where we found a few separate symbols of what would be considered a guardian, which I believe was like a screaming human face with tusks. But because we needed more information, Durgus went and spoke to a squirrel. They exchanged D's nuts, and the squirrel gave us some more information on where we needed to go. So we followed the track further into the forest, where we found some odd kind of empty shack that just had a big drop in the center of it, which went down further into this natural cavern. And in the cavern, there was like these swirling roots underneath the floorboards. And upon more investigation, there was these murals on the wall, like cave paintings of sorts, which kind of described potentially the mote of power that was maybe in that tree that was burnt down by the cultists. But apart from that, there wasn't too much else in there, I don't think. So we carried on following the trail beforehand, which led us into the forest even deeper in, where we could start hearing the singing. And going further in from there, there was a variety of different traps, like odd pollen that was making, I think it was Durgus fall asleep or be a bit wacky. And further in, we were caught in this very thick fog where we couldn't see or hear each other until Durgus started blaring his bagpipes. From there, we were met with these odd appendages that didn't like fire, that were trying to grab us and pull us into the ground. Predominantly Geronimo trying to get a little snack. But further in, we've found more symbols and statues of a toad, a bear, a wolf, and a boar, I believe. And we kind of just kept going. It was a bit of a maze adventure going through this forest until we found this large willow tree. I think it was Durgus pressed his hand against it, and it kind of opened up for us, where we ventured down into the hollow beneath the tree. In this hollow was a large pool in the center, with all these strange glowing mushrooms and natural lights. In that pool was the guardian who had arguably been trying to protect the forest from us. But they were keeping hold of this strange child that we believed to be the survivor, which was later confirmed by the guardian of the big windmill tree that got burnt down. Geronimo renamed her to be Cerulia, and we acquired a tiefling child who wants to go back to Farrick? Yeah, Farrick, to go and find Natara's friend, who I can't remember the name of, but the child's name was Darkseas. From there, we set up camp after beginning to make our way back through the forest, and on a watch, Baron started to notice these glowing yellow eyes that were starting to surround them. And I believe he woke everyone up, and that's when the session ended.
Yeah, fantastic. A pretty good summary of basically all of the events that happened. Definitely a lot more than I was hoping for. But that is exactly where we left off, which was with the kind of party with their new ward, having just camped in the kind of edge areas of the forest. They'd just taken turns as watch, and I believe it was the final watch, or perhaps penultimate watch, which belonged to Baron, in which he spotted those said glowing eyes and had gone out to investigate them amongst the trees, and one pair of eyes became many, and that was the cliffhanger we left on. So we are going to be jumping straight back in to said cliffhanger, and almost immediately to some action as Baron, as you get closer to these glowing eyes which appear throughout the tree, the others begin to wake up as you make your call, and you hear this rapid buzzing sound, this kind of almost wispy bzzz, just the running through, as I'm going to move us all over to a battle board. That will probably take a second
already?
to load. Yeah, we're straight into it.
Crazy.
I know, as I get some ambient music or some ambient noise.
Good to start with some battle.
Oh, we
It
got a
will
nice
be.
little camp. Oh, this is so. Look at
Look how cute this is. It's so homey.
Okay.
that. I don't see you. Oh, I see Baron right next to something which is entirely covered in darkness. Okay.
Yeah, this.
I see you. How do you not see me? I can see you, Smallsy.
Well, we are going as the battle music kicks in, and I just adjust so that the stream can see what's going on. You guys are in a kind of awkward angle, so the stream's gonna have to put up with kind of a fairly poor time. But I'm gonna need some initiatives from everyone, which should now be available for you to roll in the initiative tracker.
I believe in a thing called love. Is that a... Okay, I see what it is
That
now.
is 17.
That is a swarm of hell wasps.
I got a nat 20, boys.
There is a nat 20 straight off the bat. Looks like Geronimo. Natara's isn't so great, but that's not to worry, because, action economy in this game is broken. Still, we start off with those buzzing of wings, that kind of rustling as, at first, Baron, you think it's kind of the leaves of the tree moving, and then you realise that a lot more of those leaves are moving than they should be, and in fact this is just this great mass of vicious-looking insects about the size of one of your fingers, just hissing into the air as these almost razor-sharp feet and these claw-like mouth almost seem to glimmer in their burning red eyes. We shall take our turn order and pop it out so that I can actually do this. And start with Geronimo. Geronimo, you have heard Baron make some kind of call, warning you of some kind of danger, but up until now you've been enjoying probably a very sweet dream about some kind of pastry.
Geronimo kind of like bolts up. He's going to sit up completely and totally in his tent. His little sort of like nightcap that he wears kind of like flops onto the front of his face, and he kind of whacks it away, sort of like a, I don't know, sort of table tennis with himself. As he goes back up and kind of scrambles outside of the tent to have a little look around. What would he see?
From where you are, everything is relatively peaceful where you are. The camp is still exactly as you left it. There are others in a similar state of kind of confusion and tiredness as you were. Darksea still seems safe where he had parked himself up in one corner. And then just faintly out in the gloom, kind of down the track, you can see this kind of soft red glimmering from multiple tiny sources of light, almost silhouetting the shape of Baron.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Noticing that is going to be bad news, Geronimo is going to pull from his... he's going to reach back into his tent and pull out from there the gun shape of gun. And quickly pressing a few buttons on it, he's going to throw it down. And as an action, activate tank.
Yep, I'll throw tank.
My Eldritch Cannon.
I'll throw tank onto the board for you. There he... Oh god, he's very big. We might need to adjust that. Let's make him... He needs to be small. Let's make him 0.5 and 0.5. Update his token. Bam, there you go. And you should be able to move him.
Amazing. Okay, let me just double check my details on this. What is the range? 120 feet. Okay. Now to measure some distances. Oh, that went a bit too far. How much did that say? 60. Oh, I'm well in range. Holy poop. Right. With Tank out on the board now, Geronimo kind of peering out and seeing this sort of, I don't know, sort of like billions of eyes and glowing things. He's gonna be like, "Hey, Tank, you gotta help Smallsy out. Don't look like he's gonna be doing so good. So, yeah, fire!" And he's gonna, as a bonus action, order Tank to fire Force Blister. I might add because he came out as Force Blister.
Yeah, that's fine. So roll that attack for me.
I do. What is it? It's intelligence.
Yeah, so you make an intelligence saving throw because I haven't built it into the sheet, and then
that's fine.
roll the damage for it if you hit. We're
23?
We're starting off strong with a 23. That absolutely hits. Roll that damage, please.
Okay.
So as Tank kind of adjusts himself, not showing the same lethargy as you did, but swinging around very quickly to aim kind of downrange, if you will, over the shoulder of Baron, there is this loud, cacophonous kinetic bang as Tank fires in his Force Ballista mode. A beam, if you will, of fairly dark light shimmers out and shoots straight into this great swarm, blowing kind of a hole almost in the same way that energy can break up smoke. A lot of these creatures are blown apart and many fall down dead, but the swarm kind of recomes together as they take 7 force damage.
And they're also knocked back 5 feet if
they
they live. But it's obviously, I don't know.
They are unaffected by abilities that move them. So the swarm does not change. Also, I need to double check, but I may have just applied that damage to...
Baron, you did, I think.
Baron, yeah. Baron, heal quickly. That wasn't supposed to be on you as well. That mouse clicking. Anything else on your turn there, Geronimo?
I think as a free
still.
action, Geronimo is going to try and rouse the others up and go, "Hey, there's a bit of a problem, guys. Get up. There's some sort of creatures that are attacking our old Smallsy over there."
There certainly are creatures, and Smallsy, Baron himself, what are you going to do? You are facing these things, and I mean, some of them have already been blown apart, but you can tell immediately that these things are aggressive. They mean business with you.
Oh, just an FYI, Alex.
Yes.
All of us have now taken damage. The rest of us.
You have?
7 damage. I've got 7 damage off Geronimo.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Very strange.
So do I.
What have you done to us?
I don't know. I just hurt you. I'm just unhappy about not playing last week. Everyone, please feel free to heal yourselves back up. You would have had a long rest by this point, so
Will do.
that's all,
Yeah.
as you should. Sorry, back to you, Baron.
So, a little startled by the large swarm of creatures that have approached him, and then being arguably even more startled from the blast from Tank, Baron is going to take a little step upwards,
Okay.
trying to slowly maneuver his way back to the camp,
Mhm.
and is going to draw his great axe because thing coming at him, hit it with an axe, and he's also going to rage as well.
Ooh. Okay, so spend that rage and then make that attack. With a 16 to hit. A 16 does hit, dealing 11 slashing damage. Is that with your +3 from rage, or do we need to add 3 to that?
It'll be you need to add the 3 to that.
Cool, okay. So that will go up to 14. Alright, so as you kind of bring the axe back, you roar as you bring the axe kind of round in this hacking motion. It swings through the swarm, and you definitely see the kind of pasty, bloody remains of a few of the bugs splattered on the edge of your axe as the blade goes all the way through. But as opposed to when that kinetic kind of force energy hit these creatures, the axe doesn't take nearly as many. In fact, the swarm almost seems to move quite easily around the axe, almost lessening really the impact and the effectiveness of this weapon.
Yeah, and being relatively content with the damage he did, Baron's probably just going to try and hold his ground a bit while the others begin to catch up with him.
Okay, well, hold your ground you do as the swarm acts, and it moves straight on top of you. Now, I need to double check. Yep, there we go. It literally flies straight on top of you, surrounding you in this mass of kind of biting claws and razor-sharp feet. They just swirl and come around, doing their best to get into every nook and cranny and just try and bite and scratch at you, as they are going to do a couple of stings on you. The first one attacking for a 10, which I assume misses.
That does miss.
The second one hitting for 20, dealing to you 14 points of poison damage. I'm actually going to move them off.
It's not resisted.
Sorry, no, 14 points of piercing damage. Apologies.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
all the
God.
P's. I'm actually going to move them off quickly just so I can see you. So I will apply the half damage because you are resistant to that. However, I will need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Come on.
A 13. A 13 will not pass, and you will take 18 poison damage.
Yo.
Yep. As
Okay.
you are bitten by a multitude of these things. Additionally, until the end of your next turn, you are considered poisoned. What that means for you, we can deal with when we get round there.
Great. Okay.
But those creatures continue to swirl and kind of whirl all around you, doing their best to bite at any exposed flesh, and you immediately feel your energy start to become sapped. Your body starts to become very, very tired. You're very sick as soon as these things start to bite you and sting you. As we carry on to Brannon.
Okay. Brandon can't see shit right now. So Brandon's going to run off over here and hopefully see something. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I just got to measure distances.
Problem.
Yeah, well within range. So Brandon's going to come around to the front and he's going to throw off a magic missile at that thing.
Of course, dealing 8 force damage as those missiles spiral out of your hand, pirouette through the air, and then crack into this large swarm of creatures for the 8. Blowing apart some of their tiny bodies as we move on to the next turn, which is Durgus.
At me. Right.
At you.
I think, obviously, Durgus is going to have he's going to shoot on upright, obviously hearing the barking and the banging of a tank, most specifically, it seems to jolt him upright. Sort of drowsily gets to his feet, grabbing his sort of axes. He sort of peers around, and then, of course, turns to his right to see poor old Baron being completely swarmed by what seems like a big old, swarm of waspy boys. Getting to here and having a look at it, do they just seem like, sort of normal insecty things? Just basically look like he accidentally steps on a beehive or something? Apart from
no, they look a lot bigger and more aggressive than your regular average bee. Give me a... Okay, I'll let you choose it. I can give you some basics, just on what you can see. Or if you would like something more in-depth, I will let you spend an action to make a nature or an arcana check.
I put both of those. You know what, I think he's just going to see that they're big old angry wasp things.
Yeah, in which case, yeah, a bit bigger than your normal bugs, definitely more aggressive looking. You haven't seen things like it. And by the way that Baron has already started to slow, showing these nasty kind of bite marks, which seem to be bubbling up in the same way that sort of wounds that someone might be allergic to do, you can tell these things also pack a hell of a punch, seemingly.
I think with this, and obviously seeing the danger from these almost unnatural-looking beasts, he's going to sort of point down to the ground to his right, sort of shouting up, "Come on, Pudge, it's time to bloody sort this out!" As I'd like to summon Pudge, please, for my action. Bam.
Pudge is right there for you.
Damn, look at him. Oh, he's so cute, look at him. Yeah. I think with that, he's going to walk 25 feet forwards. Yeah, that'll do, donkey. And then I think Pudge can go 40, so he can actually get up to it. So I think Durgus is going to, with my bonus action, order Pudge to go up and have a bit of a bite at these things, get a few mouthfuls of insects.
Lovely. Yeah, please do make some attack rolls for me.
I think this is it? Yeah, it is. Please be the 20. It's not the 20. It's a 14.
A 14. Pudge leaps forward and kind of snaps in the air, almost the same way like cats and dogs do when they're going after flies. But he doesn't manage to bite down on enough of them at any one time to really make much of a difference with his attacks. That will be a miss.
It's fine by me, and that's my turn.
Okay. In which case we go down to Natara, who brings up the rear.
Yeah, Natara, she can't really see anything, so she's gonna move over here.
Decisions.
Sorry, I had push to talk on and I didn't realize. She's going to move over here and she's going to fire off a chill touch.
Chill
The
touch.
insect boys.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I have no idea why your sheet didn't just roll.
What the hell?
Not a clue. Oh, there are some dice.
Oh, not 20. I like it.
It's a 19.
Oh, yeah.
Still, a 25 will hit, and so the skeletal hand, once again peeling from your own, as if some kind of spectre of your bones was lifting up, begins to fly out towards these creatures, kind of grabbing down and moving through a few of them, almost hanging like a weight as it kind of passes between a multitude of the different creatures, dealing that 8 necrotic damage. And they now cannot heal until your next turn.
That's me then.
Okay. Geronimo, we're back to you at the top. The creatures have advanced. They're certainly looking less numerous, but still even more feisty, and they currently surround your friend.
Damn bugs coming over here trying to take my Baron. Okay. Geronimo. Okay, as an action, Geronimo. Let me think. I be thinking. Oof. If I fairy fire, Baron's gonna get fairy fired as well, right?
That will affect everything within the radius, yes.
There's no way I can clip those guys so they're vaguely hit. Or I'm guessing.
You could do. There is definitely an area you could do it, but are you gamer enough to see it?
Man, I don't want to game. So this is what I'm gonna do. Instead of gaming, Geronimo is just gonna fire out a firebolt.
Okay.
Kind of grabbing onto his Tinker's tools as he does so, and whirring it up, shooting out a spit of flame from it.
Go for it. Make that attack.
He's gonna make the roll, and we roll, and that one.
And that flame is going to go high and wide as it kind of spits off into the distance and fizzles out before it does any damage to the foliage.
Swearing under his breath, Geronimo is going to give Tank a little nudge and go, you do better, Tank. And Tank is going to fire as a bonus action.
Okay, so make that saving throw again, because that's basically the same as your attack.
Yeah, let's do it.
No.
17.
A 17 will hit, so roll that damage for Tank again.
Let's do it. Tank is a godsend.
He is tanking it.
It's a lot of dice. 10.
10 force damage, as yet more of the bugs are completely splattered apart by the impact of this kind of kinetic force blast that explodes from the end of Tank, who continues to whir and spin, seemingly just in the motions of kind of firing, reloading, but there almost seems to be this kind of positive, bouncy energy. Tank seems to like what he's doing right now. Anything else?
End of my turn.
End of your turn?
Wait, I'm gonna use the pudge thing. He's gonna give that a bit of an elemental infusion. I don't know how the hell we're gonna roleplay this, but I mean, you can't really like, catch a bullet midair, can he?
Give me the ability. Just give me the ability. Roll the damage.
Oh, no, it's the
I think I know which one you're on about.
I don't know if
Infused strikes.
Yeah, infused strikes. There we go.
Pudge just spits in the air and it
When
just
another
happens
creature
to the
within,
other.
it has to be within 30 feet.
Oh, he may not be within 30.
He's not. Never mind.
No.
Fun's banned.
Man is banned.
Unfortunately. It was a good idea, though. Still, you can remember it for next time an attack's made, because it is Baron's turn. And Baron, you're feeling pretty sick. Sick as a dog, you might say. The damage has come through. You're still raging, but it's kind of getting a bit hazy through your rage. Being poisoned for this one turn, you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Oh, damn. Right. So, not being one to entirely back down, Baron is going to try and make his way out of the swarm and at least stand next to Pudge. And with that, he's going to continue to strike towards these angry wasp boys.
Okay.
Regardless of feeling a bit hazy. He ain't
Make that attack
give up.
Make that attack a disadvantage then.
Oh, come on. Oh, that's still pretty good. That's 22.
22 with disadvantage is very, very good, and so you will slash through. Again, the axe isn't doing a huge amount. You're not taking many of the things with you. It just clearly isn't designed for taking out. Like, if you had a giant bug swat, then you'd be like rolling, but with an axe, it's not doing a great deal. But you definitely made a hit there, as we.
As also delivered
Yep.
because he hit. I think Pudge would look on up, seeing obviously Baron going in for this big old cleave, and he sort of taps the hilt of it with his tail, which sends on this sort of strange icy spark down it, which sort of crystallizes in these sort of icy globules towards the end. As I'd like to use some cold damage, and I think it's 1d4. It's not much.
You should be able to just roll it. I think it's built into the sheet that it will just auto roll.
Let's hear this open. I'm gonna get a 3.
Okay, so 3 cold damage. Okay, so as that axe goes through, there's some icy shards that kind of shatter and splinter off, taking a few more of them with it. But still, most of these bugs just about are still alive. Anything else for your turn there, Baron?
No, he's probably just going to try and stay as positive as possible, feeling all hazy.
Oh, Baron. That haziness is starting to fade. The poisoned has worn off now. That was only for that one turn. However, these things are going to keep advancing. Onto Pudge and Baron. And towards Pudge, they're going to try and sting him. Just a sting.
Get your hands off my little...
Just a little bite, if they can manage it. With a 22, I think they will.
Jesus.
Yeah, maybe. Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay, so they will deal 15 points of piercing damage.
Fucking hell.
That was a lot of max dice rolls. And I mean, there's no real point in you rolling a con save, because even with half of this damage saved, he is going to take 10 poison damage. That's halved already. So assuming he passes, he's still... The stings come in, the bites come in, Pudge begins to shriek, turn, lash out with claws, tail and mouth, but... It's inexorable. It's just endless. These things just continue to claw and bite at him until, unfortunately, Pudge is wisped away.
Just gets fucking one-shot by angry... Why can't I have them as a pet instead? They're way better.
They are way better. Well, not to worry though, because they shall not be stinging your companion. Instead, they decide to go for the wounds they've already made as they begin to try and get down and burrow into them. I would like a constitution. I would like a constitution saving throw from Baron, please.
That's kind of gross.
Be the one.
It's a one.
So,
I'm actually dead.
so as the creatures begin to land and dig at those same wounds, a few of them manage to get down into the flesh, and immediately, Baron, you feel that strange haziness come back threefold. Your limbs begin to quiver, your hands begin to move and twitch, your grip on the axe tightens and then releases slightly, and you suddenly find yourself out of control of your own body.
Oh, shit.
What? Hard-hitting barbarian just get mind controlled?
As we're going to ignore the swarm for now, as it technically doesn't count as existing. It's all basically around Baron. Baron, you have a movement of 30, don't you?
Yep.
Well within the 5, 10, and I believe that puts you 5 more to Durgus. Before Baron, I'd like you to make an attack against Durgus.
What?
I'm sorry.
Durgus, that's a 17
Why
to
do you
hit.
always roll well? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, it's fine. This is
Ooh,
17,
that's a lot of damage.
16,
That
same
is
number, right?
with the +3. That's 18 damage
8.
with the rage as
I'm actually
seemingly seemingly covered in these kind of great bulbous insects which crawl over his skin and continue to dig at the wounds in the flesh. Your friend Baron turns on you, seemingly quite staccato and jagged in his movement. He clearly isn't in control of what he's doing, and he seems to be fighting it. There's almost like terror in his eyes, as you can tell that there is just this total lack of control. As we move on to Brannon.
Seeing this, Brandon's going to turn, look at the terror, and Captain like, do I attack him?
I don't know. Do you have anything that can remove those creatures from him?
No.
Could we just think of summon? I mean, we're very intelligent people.
Can Brandon think of anything?
Can you think of something? You can give me a nature check if you like.
I mean, I have no idea.
Hey, Alex, can I ask you a question?
Hey, Keth, I may have an answer.
Since I wasn't here, not last time, but before that, because I was ill,
Mm-hmm.
am I allowed to prepare my spell now so that I technically didn't do it then? Pretty please.
Nah, but you can change them after the fight.
Okay.
Sorry, so that was a 16. With a 16, you don't know what these creatures are. However, there are other creatures that do this kind of infect and control sort of thing. A couple of other insects and a few larger creatures. The main thing you can gather from what you know is that attempts to kind of just kill these things, to just like keep attacking them, try to get them off Baron, almost always involve dealing some kind of harm to their new host. It's just inevitable with how they get into it. Additionally, there are stories of certain holy men or religious kind of practices that have been able to purge things like this from people, though exactly what those might be, you don't know. You were never a priest.
Okay. He'll turn to Keth and go, "Can you get rid of illnesses and things? Maybe that'll work." And he's going to
Keth's not in
cast...
the game.
AKA
Sorry, not
Wow.
Keth.
Natara
Natara.
looks at their wizard back and goes,
Oops.
well, I didn't really prepare it, because I can't, okay, I have a lot of abilities, but I kind of can do, like, a limited amount of time, and I kind of need to, be, it's complicated, but can't you make him small so he can't really do much?
Bugger it, sure. I'll cast Enlarge Reduce on him and I'll reduce
That's a great idea, Goggles. You're so smart.
You're going to try and reduce him?
It's a con save, so I don't know how well it's going to go. But...
In his current state, you halve him in all dimensions. That would make him small. Okay. In his current state, Barons, you can elect to fail this save if you so choose. They have control of your body. They do not have control of your mind.
I mean, I don't feel like he's in a position where he could, like, physically try and fight it back, being the kind of spell it is.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, in which case, Baron, you are shrunk by half. For all of you who have seen Baron as Smallsy, your kind of great hulking barbarian, it is odd to see him reduced to closer to the height of Geronimo, and perhaps almost his width as well. You're basically looking at a Geronimo-sized Baron at this point, as everything about him becomes totally shrunk, including his little axe, which he now...
He's become perfect then.
which he now whirls around, still in that kind of awkward motion. Is there anything else on your turn there, Baron? Brandon, sorry.
No, that's it.
Okay. We move on then to Durgus. Durgus, your friend has attacked you with his big hulking axe, but now it's not
More
so
than
big.
that, he sees these fucking bugs like just sting his goddamn new lifelong companion to death, then bury into Baron's skin. You stumbling over like a goddamn corpse and swing at him.
Yep.
I think Durgus is going to understandably be a little bit fearful right now. He's going to sort of boom on out, speaking the dwarvish words for "Winds take me," as I'd like to try and cast Zephyr Strike with a bonus action, please.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So that, like, when you activate it, you get plus 30 feet, and the attack you made, you get all those bonuses then.
Yeah. It also, when I move, it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity.
That's absolutely true.
So I think he's gonna zoom on. Wait, if I get there, okay, that's fine. Zoom on over this way, and sort of scream out towards Baron. Baron, what are you bloody doing? Control yourself! Before, seeing he's fucking going crazy, I think he's gonna try and launch an axe towards his unfortunate friend. Trying to sort of hack off or kill the sort of bugs floating around him. Though, probably aiming for himself a bit more.
Okay, make an attack against Baron then.
Fucking... Please. That's a 17 hit?
I believe it will. Yep, against a 14 it will. You are still technically raging, and so that damage is halved. And additionally, Baron, you will take 2 points of damage.
And I'd also like to use the Zephyr Strike feature, which is 1d8 force damage.
That's on another attack. You get to make a second attack with your
You can
Zephyr
give
Strike.
yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll on your turn.
I believe you-
Oh, okay. So
you
I needed to do the advantage with it as well. Okay, never mind.
That's fine. A 21 still hits, so you get the advantage. You then
Okay.
make another. Oh, no, actually, no. I'm pretty sure it's a second attack. I've used Zephyr Strike enough. I need to double
Well, you
check
know,
it.
I'm not gonna say no. Is this just damage or is this the attack as well? Because it says I just get 1d8 force damage whenever I basically hit.
Just do the 1d8. I'll figure it out some other time.
Come on. Oh, baby.
Okay, so that's not
1d8,
halved, but
4.
Baron, you will only Baron, you will only take 4 points of damage, as the other 4 go over to the bugs.
And I'd like to choose the bugs as my favored foe as well. You know, I've been bringing out all.
Go
the
for it.
Which gives me an extra 1d4, and I don't know if that's going to be force or like magic slashing damage, but we'll see.
Baron, you will take 2 points of that. The bugs will take 2.
Have we just killed Baron?
Not quite.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
The axe is hurled, and it certainly cleaves kind of a great deal of these bugs apart. But that's because it takes a great deal of Baron apart. There is this great gashing wound kind of down the arm of Baron, which almost seems to kind of like peel away and cut up a huge chunk of flesh down his forearm. His arm is almost cut to the bone, as a lot of these bugs drop out very much dead and having been cut apart by this kind of almost forceful hammer-like axe blow. But still, that's a lot of damage to your friend as well, who seems to be barely standing. As we move on to Natara, I assume.
I was gonna look over at Durgus and go, "What the hell are you doing?"
He's gonna kill us if he gets the bloody chance. Look, he's been bloody
Tiny.
taken over by him.
Do you think we can? Cause I can also make him tiny. Do you think we can like make him even smaller? She looks over at Baron.
Looks between them.
Baron's looking pretty beat up. And
He's looking real rough.
Another one.
Brannon, do you mean?
Brannon.
Brannon. We're all getting
Oh.
confused.
What?
Do you think I could make him smaller? Because I can also make him small.
You,
Um,
You think I'm-
Try it, bugger it, try it.
you don't want to kill him. You don't want to make him so small that the bugs can eat him, right?
What explode out of him and kill him? Just just knock him out.
Well, I can't. Oh, I can't do that with. Oh, one moment.
You're so bloody useless.
No, I don't want to kill him. When you say I can't do the hand thing that I do, because that will kill him, because that's a certain type of bad damage that kills people.
just one of them, bloody slap him.
Right, all right, I'll go and slap him. Nathara's gonna just
What are you going to
Just drop
cast?
kick him.
Thorn with
Okay. I believe that's an
Wait.
attack on your part.
non-lethal damage.
You can like wrap around his feet and like try and trip him up.
I'll
Yeah.
listen. I'll listen to it.
Down.
Roll the attack first. Roll the attack first.
Wait, what are we doing? I'm confused now.
We're killing.
We're killing Barons.
71.
We're killing Baron.
No, non-lethal damage. I'm trying
No.
to knock him out.
With 1 point of damage, that is only 1 point dealt to Baron. He is still on his feet. He's still on his feet. As the
this is
Thornwick cracks out, wraps around his legs and kind of rips back. You watch as his legs get a bit scuffed up. That's a point of damage. Would you like to pull him 10 feet closer?
Yes.
There you go.
That was probably not a good.
Oh, well, this is mad.
It's probably not a good idea. I see you measuring that, Jake. You're not gonna fucking blast a hole in with your fucking arty. It's like...
No.
Well, we are going to the top. Unless there's anything else for Natara.
I just want to say, I love how you say she's useless. Like, the only other ability I could use is Chill Touch, and
Yeah,
that would
just
have killed him
melt
because
it-
that can't do non-lethal damage.
Yeah, just melt him with necrotic damage. You know, the literal energy
Yeah.
of death. Geronimo, we're back to you at the top.
I've got to ask something. Can I use the help action myself?
On yourself.
No, as in like, because I remember it's not a feature of a different class, is it? I can actually do a help as a like my character as an action can help.
Yeah.
So the next gets advantage, right?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. Right,
Wait,
Geronimo.
do you mean help as in go up to something and like give someone whoever attacks it next advantage?
Yes.
Yeah. So you've got to be next to the thing because you're basically distracting it.
Okay. I've got to be next to the thing. All right.
Mhm.
I'm starting to dislike my potential. I could do it. I could. You know what? Balls. Let's go. Geronimo's got balls. and
They're
he
going
likes-
up. They're going up to the wall.
So Geronimo's gonna run 25 feet
damage.
towards Baron.
Okay.
25 feet towards Baron, and he's gonna wave in front of his face and go, "Hey, you stupid big mutt! Just look at me. I'm so small. Oh wait, we're the same size. So yeah. You're so small." And he's gonna poke him a few times in the nipples or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. Those nipples are currently covered in big, angry, buzzing bugs. But yeah.
Okay, getting poked. And as a bonus action, Tank is gonna fire non-lethal force damage towards him.
Non-lethally just
Blow
fire
my head off.
a
Non-
tank shell.
Just to knock him out.
non-lethally shoots him. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So that's a help action, which then provides advantage on the next attack. Tank now has advantage, so make your intelligence saving throw, and we'll take advantage on that.
Okay. 14.
A 14.
Oh no, it doesn't hit.
A 14 won't hit.
Oh, you fool.
You distract him too much. You distract him. Wait, 14 is your AC, isn't it?
Yeah, it is my AC.
Oh, that means it does hit. It does hit.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, it does hit. 'cause
I
it's
thought you had a
Baron's
15.
AC.
I thought you had a 15. Yeah, go for it then. Roll the damage.
Blow my head off.
Kill him. Literally just kill him.
One-shot
Time to die. That's a
Oh,
shit.
okay. Okay. So,
He was not-
Baron, you take 2 points of damage, which knocks you to 0.
Oh.
The creatures will take 2 points of damage, as a few of them are blown up by the impact of the force damage, which does knock the smaller version of Baron backwards and down onto the ground as he lands unconscious. His body kind of no longer able to maintain itself. I need to double check what happens when if he goes. I didn't know this was going to happen. I thought you were going to do something else. Okay. When you're knocked out, you auto fail con saving throws, don't you?
I assume so.
Maybe. Actually, I don't think so.
Would it? Because that's kind
No,
of
no,
like...
no, no. Yeah, you're incapacitated is basically what it is, and that's just actions and reactions. And I guess you wouldn't be able to do like Dex saving throws or strengths, but con, I guess
Yeah,
you could still do.
Yeah,
Okay,
Con's
okay.
just the way you, like how you're built, right? And he's
Yeah,
built-
exactly. So I think con's fine. That's fine. So you fall backwards. He is now unconscious. The bugs have not left his body.
Okay, Geronimo kind of noticing this, he looks to the others and goes, the bugs are still in there, guys. I don't think they stopped them.
Don't you like a bloody bug spray or something?
Do I look like an exterminator to you? Kind of shrugs towards Durgus.
Well, if there's nothing else on the turn of Geronimo,
That's it.
we go to Baron. Baron, I'm gonna, unfortunately, tell you that you're gonna auto fail 2 death saving throws.
Holy shit.
Oh shit.
As on the beginning of your turn, you take 2d6 necrotic damage. Now, negative damage doesn't stack because this isn't Pathfinder, but it does auto fail the 2 death saving throws. You then need to make me a death saving throw because
Oh my god. No.
because you've been dealt damage whilst down.
No, we may have fucked up, guys.
Oh, this could actually be the end.
No,
Okay.
inspiration. Do you have inspiration?
No, I don't think so.
Can I
No, I
give him
don't.
inspiration?
Can you give him inspiration?
Correct.
That's not how inspiration
Inspire him.
works.
Oh,
Right.
fuck.
But
guys.
you can heal him.
Alex,
Yes.
can you roll it?
Can I roll it? Yeah, I can roll
Can
it.
you roll it and keep it hidden and just... Yeah, I don't want to roll it. I'm too scared.
Okay, I'll roll it. I'll roll it. I'll roll it and
Oh,
keep it hidden.
Fuck, man.
Wait, this. Okay, I'm gonna roll it as a normal dice because if I do it on your sheet, then it'll pop up.
Yeah.
That's a d20 roll. Okay. Okay. Baron is lying there. I need to roll something else for you as well.
You're being
New
very
character
quiet.
sheet.
No, you said you wanted me to be quiet. So you tell me how much you want to know.
It's a poker faces.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what
I
happens.
can tell by his tone. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay, I've rolled everything I need to roll. I can tell you how your turn plays out. Would you like to know?
Go on. Put me out my misery.
Actually, I'm not going to put you out of your misery. As Baron's chest, though slowing a great deal, continues to rise and fall as the bugs begin to almost wriggle, shift, and then pull themselves away from his body. Baron is in a very, very, very bad state. His body is battered, beaten, broken. The bugs have gnawed deeply into him and worked at his bones and muscles. But he is alive, having passed a death saving throw. And I also rolled a constitution save for you, which is part of what you would need to do, and you passed that as well, so the bugs are leaving your body.
Nice.
You are still
Still
alive.
okay for
You
now.
are still alive with a single passed death saving throw, so I'll add that to your sheet.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Oh Jesus!
The medicine spam begins, I guess.
But that will be the end of Baron's turn, bringing us to the bugs,
Oh no.
who, having seen that their prey is a little bit tougher now than they expected, are going to rumble on forwards. Straight on top of Geronimo, who now is spinning around, swatting at the sky where these bugs begin to land and try and take a big old bite out of him. They are below half health, so they have adjusted stats. Will a 12 hit you, Geronimo?
No, because my AC is 14.
That won't hit you. And in which case, as the bugs kind of land and try to bite you, you're in leathers, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Your leather armor managed to kind of withhold it as you just kind of do this weird kind of dance, spin as fast as you can, just doing your best to remain unbitten. And although a few kind of get nips and grazes here, nothing serious. You manage to avoid the main damage. As we go to Brannon.
Okay. So these things are not in anyone, so I can just attack as normal.
They are not
I
in
see.
anyone. They are around Geronimo, but they're not in Geronimo.
Okay, he's gonna throw out a scorching ray. Well, 3.
Yep.
All at that. I don't know if that's. I think that's just the one attack. Yeah, that's just the one.
Yeah, just click it twice more.
Oh.
Okay, that's fine. So we've got the first Scorching Ray, which I can do now, and 19 will hit it. So the first beam of fire flashes out and kind of streaks down a couple of them for the full 4 damage. The second one with an 8 will unfortunately miss. So as you kind of like sweep through, you do catch a couple of them, but not the main body. They're a little bit harder to hit now because there's actually far fewer of them than originally. However, that 20, that is in the heart of a big bundle of these things, and you blow apart many, many, many of these tiny, ravenous little monsters, as they will take that full 18 damage, blowing them down to the last few remaining clumps of these things.
And he's gonna fuck off a little bit over there.
That sounds like a fair plan. Durgus.
Right. I think Durgus, obviously, seeing Baron fall to the floor, and then there being this almost eerie stillness, as obviously everyone expects these things to buzz on out, but they don't. And then, of course, slowly but surely begin to filter. You know, he's sort of terrified before he lost his bud for a second, so he's going to rush on over, throwing himself into the fray, as he's going to try and let's see, what do I have anything in my inventory I can use? Oh, look at that! He's got a lovely I really don't have anything I can use like makeshift bandages. You know, it's a bit of a bedroll, terrible bit of a bedroll. I don't know, maybe in a mess kit or something. Oh no, fuck! I've got bloody cleaned hides. There we go, that'll do. Stripping off a bit of a cleaned hide, he'd basically tried to bandage up and sort of pull and pressurize whatever. I'd like to try and do a medicine check to thingy him, if that's alright.
Stabilize, yeah, you do it at disadvantage because you don't have proper healer's kit.
Not if I use my inspiration.
That's a normal.
Which, oh, this is gonna Right, I won't say anything because whenever I pray or whatever, everything goes horribly. And when I say this, when I do the I'm not gonna pray thing, everything also goes horribly.
Just roll, man.
Just roll.
And I'm just gonna let the rolls go, let the rolls flow.
An 8.
Oh my god!
An 8 is not good enough. You begin pressing down on those wounds, and just blood kind of bubbles up between your fingers. You are definitely doing what you have seen other people do, but you're more in the business of killing, not necessarily saving. You just don't have the tools with you. Anything else?
I guess just catch crippling Fogma.
Oh, dude, you hate to see it.
I don't really think there's much else I can do.
That's all right. Then
So,
we go to Natara.
Tara is going to run over to Baron while she's shouting at Turkus, "Get out of my way!" And she's going to cast Cure Wounds on him.
Give him a pat down. So remember, you're exchanging the healing for a stabilize at this point because of the rework to healing that we have.
Okay.
Okay, so you still happy to spend the spell slot?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can spend the spell slot. You don't really need to roll it. The hit points don't matter. Baron's injuries, as Durgus kind of has his hands pressed down on him, Durgus, you notice the blood. Yeah, you notice the blood kind of stops flowing nearly as much. Baron's breathing becomes less laboured, more steady. He's still clearly struggling and in a bad way, but he doesn't seem like he's going to expire anytime soon, as he is indeed stabilised. Anything else, Natara?
No.
I'm going to assume that's a forgotten push to talk again.
Yeah, that's button push it up. Sorry. Yeah, no.
Nothing else? Okay, we go back to Geronimo. Geronimo, they are all around you. Bees, as Nicolas Cage might say.
Yeah. Saddened that it's not love all around him. Instead, he's going to outpour his love towards Baron. Sort of being near him and sort of like protecting his body from the ravenous waspies that have infiltrated him before. Geronimo is going to find the moment to reach down and touch Baron's leg. Now, not in an awful way, but in a good way, because he is going to also cast Heal Wounds.
Ooh, you can roll
to make
that.
sure his friend is okay.
Yeah, those are points of healing. He is stabilised. You can pick him up.
Yeah. With
10 points of healing.
10 points of healing.
So
Nice.
we shall add... I can add that from here. We add that as healing. There you go. Baron, you come to again. Everything hurts. It feels like something was inside of you and then dug its way out. Because that's what did happen. But you are conscious. You are awake, and that may not be such a merciful blessing. But everything is coming back into stark kind of vision again, and you can still see more of those bugs above your head as you lay down, buzzing and swirling around Geronimo, who has just been touching your leg.
Yeah. So with his sort of hand sort of on Baron's leg, he's going to shout out towards Tank and go, take fire, kill. And as a bonus action, Tank is going to fire the Eldritch Cannon.
Okay, make that attack. Well, that's saving throw for you.
Yep. Oh, 14.
14 will miss, I'm afraid. So the shot kind of fires in, but Tank is clearly trying to avoid hitting you or any of the number of other people who are kind of behind the swarm, and his aim's kind of erring, and he gets it a little bit off as he shoots off into the other, kind of the side. Anything else?
No, I think, unfortunately, that's it for me.
Baron. Sorry, it skipped over you. Ah, there we go. Baron, it hurts. Everything hurts. It's all pain, but you're conscious and alive, and it is indeed your turn. You are prone, remember.
Everything do be hurting, but he's going to use half his movement to stand back up.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of loosely just try and strike the air around Geronimo with the last of his strength, trying to get rid of these damn bugs.
Make an attack for me.
For 20.
A 20 will hit. 9 will be halved, unfortunately, because the axe still just... It's not doing the work.
Not killing bugs.
It's not doing the work. Swarms do not like, or do like, when you swing such puny weapons at them. Anything else?
That's going to
Since
be
he
it.
was knocked out, is he like normal size again now?
No, because it was Brannon who had the spell, not
Yeah,
Baron.
I've dropped. I would have dropped concentration once the bugs left, though.
Okay. That's fine. We go to the swarm. It's now the bug's turn, and Geronimo, they're still over you. They're going to try and sting you. Though I think they rolled really poorly. What's your AC? Thanks, Geronimo. I'll just check myself.
I think it's 14.
It is 14. So with a 14, they will actually hit him. So, if I move them off quickly so they can get that, he will take 11 points of piercing damage for being stabbity-stabbed. He then needs to make a Constitution saving throw, which I shall also roll. Which he will pass, so he'll take half the poison damage. And will not be poisoned, as these things begin to swirl and bite down on top of Geronimo. Geronimo's showing those same injuries, but he's not quite as lethargic and slow as you were, Baron, when you first took the impact. Brandon, it's your turn.
He's going to firebolt to start with.
Okay.
22.
22 will hit, dealing 5 points of fire damage. There's only a few of them left remaining, in one kind of little blob of them, hurtling through the sky, trying to get down onto Geronimo.
In that case, then he's going to leave it. That's the end.
Okay. As we go around to Durgus. Durgus, your friend is conscious, awake, and he's fighting again. He's back on his feet, though he looks a bit wobbly.
Hell yeah. Right. Well, I think in this case he's going to do the tried and tested... I literally can't speak today. He's going to run away using Zephyr Strike is what's going to happen.
Okay, yep, no attacks of opportunity. Away Durgus goes.
Yep. Bonus action, 20 feet this whole way. Just wish I can still hit it.
You make the attack once with Zephyr Strike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's with advantage, I'm going to get the 1d8.
Yeah.
Returning hand axe, lob that thing on forwards. 22, and I've rolled literally one again for the
honestly.
damage.
You don't even need the extra damage with the 8. With the 8, the axe kind of goes through, cracks through that last remaining kind of orb of them that were flying around, takes out just a few of them, but it's enough to disperse whatever kind of collective mind was between them, and they scatter apart, spinning off and pirouetting into the air as they just go for different directions, as they are killed. We shall end the combat, take you off the turn order, and take our music down. Quiet settles around the camp as once again everything returns to a kind of dusky or dawny stillness. The campfire still crackles away, though there is evidence kind of leading from the tree Baron had been at all the way up to where he stands now. This multitude of fairly large bug corpses and brains scattered all over the floor, the marks and injuries that just dot the flesh of Geronimo, the axe wound in Durgus, and just the horrible missing skin, muscle, flesh from Baron's body. As Baron, I'm going to need you to roll for me a 2d6.
Ruh-roh.
7. Oh, you're battered. You gain a level of exhaustion.
Which goes on a long rest anyway, doesn't it?
Yes, but because this is a minor injury, you need to have it treated. The exhaustion will remain until you are treated.
That's fine. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, so I still have that exhaustion.
Yes. But that wouldn't have affected anything except maybe that one check, and honestly you didn't get a huge amount from that anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much. But yes, those minor injuries stay until they're treated.
My mistake.
But yeah, the combat is over. The heavy breathing and the licking of great wounds begins.
I think Durgus is going to quite quickly waddle his way over towards the fire, sort of grabbing any branch or stick he can as he sort of goes, aiming to sort of light the end before quite quickly waddling back towards a swarm of wasps, and quite quickly from sort of like insect to insect, just trying to burn as many as he could.
They catch light pretty quickly, and there's a few of them that kind of twitch and quiver, and you can tell, I got one that was still alive.
That's it, playing dead, got him. We also sort of turns his direction, or sort of attention back up towards the others. What the bloody hell were they?
I got no clue. I ain't seen any of those things near Cogwheel.
The bloody nature woman. What bloody were they? He
Can
says,
I have to
sort
do
of
a check?
gestures with the tongue.
You can make a nature at advantage because of your background.
Dude.
A 17. You're not exactly sure what creatures they are. However, creatures like them have been used to defend important locations to shade multiple times before. Back when you were in your own cell of shade, there were particular swarms of small, more sea-based creatures that were used for protecting the labs that you had just off the coast and things like that.
Yeah, I haven't encountered this kind before, but I've often seen like other types of creatures in this form being used for like guarding something, protecting something of value or a location you don't want intruders.
Aye, but I mean, the sort of taking over someone, is that normal?
Well, that's up to the creature. There are parasitic creatures that could enter the body and take over them.
Speaking of which, you don't have any left in you, do you, Baron?
Baron, I believe, is just very, very exhausted and seems... Oh, just got back, sorry.
What's happening, Durgus?
Durgus just, you know what, we'll do it again. Do you have any of those things bloody left in you?
I imagine Baron will kind of have a bit of a look over himself, maybe kind of swatting at his own skin. I don't think so. It doesn't feel like there is, at least.
And you ain't got one sort of, hijacking your brain or anything? And he sort of goes to sort of like wave his hand in front of his face, making sure, his eyes sort of followed the hand and things.
I kind of think his eyes would just about follow the hand, still feeling pretty worn out and beat up from the altercation. It's hard to tell, but if I make it through the night, I'm going to assume that there isn't.
Geronimo will now take his hand off Baron's leg because I forgot to say that he hadn't done it, and kind of looks towards his friend and goes, "Yeah, I did my best to kind of mend the wounds, but I think it's going to be a little while until you're feeling old Pippo again, Smalsy."
Well, I appreciate it. Of all the things to die by, I don't think a swarm of bugs is the way to go.
Well, absolutely not.
It ain't the most manliest way to die, but speaking of which, you're kind of small now.
No longer small because this bow was broken earlier.
Was it broken earlier?
Yeah, come on, Jake, pay attention. Jeez.
And you were kind of small before. It's quite amusing.
Well, I'm sure it was for all of you, but I was being eaten from the inside out, so I don't think I could appreciate it the same.
Maybe in like a couple of years when you think back to this moment and you think, "Oh, geez, I almost died, but I was pretty small." Then you laugh.
Well, I'm also sorry for, nearly lopping your arm off. I sort of panicked and you did sort of hit me, and, I didn't know if you were like gone forever or something.
Well, I don't think you have much reason to apologize. And he kind of lifts up his axe, scraping off Durgus's blood on probably just one of his sleeves. I don't think he really cares that much. I did the same.
He sort of exhales. He peers up towards the night sky. Just how late is it? Does it seem like the sun will be rising soon, or?
Yeah, you've probably got an hour, maybe a couple of hours before dawn. The sky, has that kind of almost purplish to it, where clearly, the dark is beginning to recede as the first kind of edges of light are starting to grow. Essentially, you've got time. If you want to go at daybreak, you've got time for maybe a couple of hours of a short rest.
Okay. I think Durgus will peer back towards the others. Well, we've got a few more hours till the day comes, but you said those sort of waspy things that they protect places.
Aye, garden places and stuff.
So, is there anywhere nearby, sort of like your facilities, whatever?
You did say so, Alex, didn't you, that there was a facility here?
That's what you assumed was burned down.
Why? I thought that was what was burned down, that was a facility.
And, when these things which are meant to protect a place, when that place is burned, do they sort of go AWOL, or are they sort of like tied to it, or what?
No, they're more like a trigger, like a spell, that you kind of prepare, and once the kind of lock is broken, it goes off like
So
a
those-
trap.
So those probably weren't, like leftovers. Well, I'll go have a look, just make sure they didn't seem to be bundling towards us. It could just be some natural thing, but I'll go have a check, then maybe we should lay down. Is the child still there?
Looking around, Darkseas is currently curled up, hiding behind kind of some, wrapped up in some kind of bedroll, hiding behind one of the tents, staring out at you with these big, wide, scared eyes.
Aye, it's all right. What was his name again?
Baron,
says-
looking a little worn out, kind of just thinks for a moment in silence before looking back to Durgus with a shrug. It's not coming to mind right now.
All right. Well, Natara, how about you go? Make sure the child isn't, scarred for life, and Baron, you get some, do a bit of laying down.
I think that's what I'm going to do. He'll kind of make his way over to one of the tents before very heavily just throwing himself in.
And I think Durgus would sort of, with the I assume the makeshift torch, would sort of bundle back towards where he assumed Baron was first attacked. Would there be like blood or anything on the floor to sort of indicate where it
Yeah,
was?
yeah, there would be, and with you have dark vision, don't you? Because you're a dwarf.
Yeah.
With your dark vision, you'd be able to see specifically the tree they came from, because you could see the marks in the leaves and the twigs and stuff where they broke through. As you inspect the tree, you find that the kind of main trunk of it is covered in these weird kind of bobbly sections of, it's almost like sap, when hardened sap gets hardened.
Yeah.
It's kind of like lots of bobbly bits of that that all seem to have this weird kind of distorted, almost melted top to them, as if there was something inlaid into each one of these kind of nubs that had either dug its way out, or the nubs had melted and released whatever's inside.
Okay. And sort of eyeing the thing over, does it seem like there's any like, well, you sort of check for like hidden runes or something. Obviously, like Natara said that these were like usually some sort of defensive animals. Like he keeps his eye out for any sort of trigger or something. Like the idea that maybe we will set something off.
Give me an investigation, please.
I'm not good, but I'll give it a go. Actually, fuck man.
Yeah, that's not great. With a 6. You kind of look around, but you can't find anything like activation runes or kind of like tripwires or anything to suggest that something was turned on to activate these things. You just have kind of the evidence of where they were probably lurking.
Okay, and yeah, just looking over the tree, does it seem like it was sort of recently hollowed out, or if it's been like they've probably been there for a while?
It's not hollow. These things are on just the surface of the trunk.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
The tree itself, though, looks relatively old. There's nothing to suggest it was recently planted or that it was recently attended by any kind of gardening or anything.
Yeah. Well, with this, I'm relatively content that these weren't, sort of like some attack drone sent after them. He'd sort of waddle back towards the camp and, try to join the others. Maybe have another rest if they are.
Yeah, I assume as a party you guys are going to take that kind of couple of hours short rest?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm
okay.
also going to use Arcane Recovery while
Well, before we do any of the mechanics, what we'll do actually is we can take our first break here, because we've been running for just over an hour. So if we take our first break, we can go pee-pee and food and drink, and then we shall come back and we'll go over the mechanics of the short rest, and then we'll get straight back into it. Okay?
Sounds good.
Fantastic. We will talk all again in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back. We have readied ourselves with snacks and drinks, and we are ready to get back to it with our short rest. So, mechanically with the short rests, we obviously do it slightly different because D&D short rests are broken. Still, the players have 2 hours, so you guys can roll up to 2 hit dice. However, for those of you with minor injuries, you can exchange rolling one of those hit dice for seeking medical attention from another player to try and remove your minor injury.
I would like to do that, please.
I would also like to do that, please.
Okay. Who will be doing the medical attention?
I can do it.
On both
Well,
of them?
I've got +2.
Geronimo can take one, surely.
I mean, what do you have, Natara, like, stat-wise, with medicine?
Medicine, hang on.
It
Plus
will be a
6?
medicine. Oh, yeah.
It is medicine, yes.
I can help. Geronimo can definitely help.
I've got +2, so I can help as well.
Oh, then you do it, because I got +1.
Yeah.
I got +6.
Okay, so, Natara, I need 2 medicine checks from you, both at normal. Hang on. Both at normal, so we'll take the first rolls on there, because Durgus is helping you. You need to tell me who you are treating first.
Treat Baron first.
Okay. In which case... Okay. Over the course of those 2 hours, Natara, you don't get your short rest because you're busy treating. However, everyone else can roll. So, Geronimo and Durgus can roll 2 hit dice. Baron and... Who else is being treated? Oh, Brannon can roll 1 hit dice each. And additionally, both of their minor injuries are removed, as over the course of those 2 hours you do treat the battered on both of them.
Okay.
So they can lose that level of exhaustion that's permanent from that.
Nice. Also, can I use my arcane recovery?
Yes. Yeah, that's a feature. That's your own thing.
Swap out my spells now as well.
You can change your spells. Yeah, I would have let you over the long rest, but I didn't want you to do it mid combat.
Yeah, I get you.
My death saves get reset as well, right?
Yes.
Sweet.
You are back to 0 on all your death saves. Cool. Okay. With the kind of end of the short rest, with those 2 hours passing, with the rising of the sun, the beginning of a new day, you guys are able to collect your things together from your camp here on roughly the edge of this forest. I realised on the big campaign map your marker's vanished. We'll put a new one in. And decide where it is you're heading to next. You have just been up, just to remind you, you've been up to see the locations where you believe the druids of Shade were living in the great tree trunk that was attacked. Found a child that seems to have fled from those druids who escaped into the forest and agreed to take them to Yaria. Though you also know that the individuals who attacked the kind of Shade cell had ridden off to the south towards the coast. You are edge of the forest, kind of the east side of it. What would you like to do next?
So waking up first of all, Jerome is going to get up and sort of get changed into his, daily bits and bobs, making sure that tank as gun is stowed safely away next to him. He's going to kind of like try and rouse the others together and kind of go. So what's the plan, guys? We're going to go drop off the kid, then we're going to keep heading south, or?
I believe that's probably our best course of action. Brand would say as he's kind of bringing himself out of the tent, feeling a little bit better. Still not 100%, but definitely looking a lot better since his wounds were tended to. I think we need more time to rest before we face the headsman again. Unfortunately, they may attack another spot, but I don't feel like we're in a position to really chase after them just yet.
Well, ain't the journey gonna be a little bit long anyway? So I'm sure we got some time. It took us like a almost a day to get from Ferric all the way over this part of the island. So, yeah, I think we got time as long as we're on their heels. You know, they got to rest too. They ain't so inhuman. They ain't got to sleep, right?
I'm not entirely sure, but you do make a good point. We'll just have to take it easy on the way back.
Hey, well, if they're sleeping or not, they're going to be, ravaging and killing people, so if we're not going to go stop them, then, well, he suggests we get this child back as soon as possible. So we can actually get to, the job itself.
That means we got to get to Ferric. Would you kind of like know how long it would take from around this position to get back to Ferric?
Yeah. You're looking at maybe half a day or so to get back to Yarnskull, and then from Yarnskull it's about 2 days to Ferric.
Okay. Yeah, Geronimo nods and goes, well, from about my estimate, kind of moving this over there and carrying the one, and then I got to, for it's being tired, and then... Okay, so it's going to be it's a half a day to Yarnskull, and then an extra 2 days to get back down to Ferric. I think we got some time to rest and relax before we get there. The only problem is how long it takes for them to recover.
I think no matter how we take it, they're likely going to be a step ahead of us for a while.
Yeah,
Maybe we should probably get moving. And he quite quickly at that sort of gets to his feet. I assume that they've sort of packed up the camp already, or is this like the very morning?
No, you can assume you've packed up the camp.
And he sort of gets to his feet. So, which bloody way would you say, Geronimo? Because, I mean, strange sea creatures or not, they're going to be, causing havoc, and, I'd much rather, get to stopping them, instead of just dilly-dallying.
Yeah, it's. I think we gotta head, and it's east, isn't it? Kind of.
Yes, you want to go. You want to go east and then kind of southeast.
So from what I can figure out, we gotta head back east, and then we go south again down to Yarnskull, and then of course another further south from there. But yeah, as long as we keep moving and we got the good vibes and everyone's feeling chipper, I think we'll be okay.
Hey,
well, sounds like we've got a plan then.
And just, I think we should take it, in turns, sort of being at the front and the back, keeping eyes peeled. Well, I don't know how this cultists work, but if they knew they left one behind, and he sort of gestures, I assume, over towards the little young shard was, they maybe wanting to come clean up.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to find us if we're moving as a party down this way. Unless they want the kids so bad, but yeah, I don't know. We left the promise with Cerulean, so I don't want to mess up.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I've already seen what those bloody cultists do to people. I don't want to see them do it to a bloody child. Oh, come on, sir. He sort of begins to waddle off quite quickly.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to pack up all his stuff and get ready to move.
Okay.
Baron would follow.
So, setting yourselves off, you begin to retrace your steps over the, at first, kind of rolling countryside, blotched only by the scar that is the now thoroughly blackened and charred scene of the battle between the druids and the cultists. Moving on swiftly, you begin to traipse your way between the kind of rises and breaks in the ground that led to this position before, by about midday-ish, just after noon, you come to the edge of Yarnskull. As you get closer, the guards on duty to one of the doors snap to attention very quickly. Pardon me, sorry. They move with a professionalism that seems to be born of a fear in their eyes. As you get closer, a couple of them lower their spears, and you can almost see the tips shaking a little bit as they look between all of you very closely and quickly. The individual who seems to be in charge, wearing sergeant's colours on their shoulder, peers between you, and he shares seemingly the same anxiety that the rest of his soldiers do. Now, listen up. You ain't coming in, are you?
Why would that be a problem?
You're aware of the mess that's come hanging around since you've been here. It's thought for the best that maybe you don't make yourselves known and welcome in here too often.
Hey, well, I mean, the people, causing the ruckus, we bloody went on chasing them, and, well, they're of causing danger somewhere else, but, I said they'd be doing far worse if we went around to protect you lot.
We have it on good authority that maybe their fighting was something to do with all your hard work. We'd much appreciate if you just didn't come in.
Well, it's a good thing we're just passing through then.
So you'll go around? He sounds very hopeful at that, almost as if he didn't expect you to be that amenable.
Yeah. We'll only go around if you don't tell anybody we're being here.
There is almost that kind of visible, like, bites your hand off moment as he nods his head very, very. Of course, no, you don't come in. We won't say we spotted you. You didn't come this way. We didn't see you, did you? Did we? And he looks around at his fellow guards, and they will shake their heads quite vigorously as well.
In fact, if somebody says we did come round here, you point that way, and he's going to point north.
Oh, that way? Oh, so you want us to say we did see you, but we sent you on that way?
Yeah, exactly, that one. Just say you saw us go north.
He gives a little tap of his head and that kind of mock kind of tipping of the hat, just like, no, absolutely, what you said. Just, if you follow the road round that way, he points to a little track that runs kind of parallel to the palisade wall of Yarnskull. That'll take you round to the other side, and if anyone asks, though I doubt no one will, then we saw you walk off that way.
Larson Reginald. But anyway, Geronimo nods and kind of gives him a little wink. Thanks, pal. Have a nice day. I'll see you. He's gonna walk off.
Wait a second. Look. You seem awfully jittery for a guard. Like, I know you may be a little bit intimidating, but who exactly gave you these orders?
It was decided by, well, the people that run this place. They weren't happy with all of what happened, and from what people reported and what we've noticed is it's only really happened since you arrived, so they don't really want you inside. But I'm going to be frank, and he leans really close now so that only you and he can, like, speak. There's this waft of kind of fresh eggs on his breath. I don't think we could stop you if you really wanted to go in.
He sort of furrows his eyebrows at that and sort of leans backwards, sort of raising his hands to his chin, which he strokes quite inquisitively. Well, you may have a point, but just being careful. I said we've lost track of the cultists, and there's always a chance they could have looped back around and maybe taken over the administration of the local towns, that sort of thing. That wouldn't have happened here, would it? He says as he sort of peers into the man, looking for any sort of hesitation.
There is some hesitation, but it seems more out of confusion at what you're suggesting, rather than any kind of real attempt at deception. He pauses for a moment before he goes, No. Borin's been here a while, so I don't think he's been got, like you said.
Well, let's quickly change the questioning. Do you know who those cultist types are?
Can't say I know them in the way that you mean, but we've had we've had a few like them around a little bit prior to you turning up. They came with the bald man just before you, and before that there was a few of them hanging around just causing trouble. Dealing with that there was some big Noel who had some brothers, his clan he called them. They made some sort of deals before the bald man showed up. Then the bald man showed up and they were just hanging around making, well, not a nuisance, but being a bit depressive all around at the pub. And then you showed up and, well, now we don't have a pub no more.
Hey, well, I'm sorry for the pub thing. We just didn't really expect to find him there. But, you say they're only sort of loitering for a bit. I mean, were they doing anything else? I mean, they're going around and raiding and pillaging and killing people. I mean, do you know that big bloody tree, like the windmill one? They bloody burned that down.
Oh, I can't say I do know no windmill big tree thing. I know there's some folk. Which way out?
And he sort of points back the way. It would be the back.
Yeah. You know which way you've come from. You can
Yeah,
point in that general direction. I know there's some folk out that way, but can't say I know about no big trees or windmills or stuff. Don't really go out that way. It's none of our business. Mainly stick to within sight of the palisades. A lot safer. Wolves and bandits.
There's, killing, pillaging, burning, just to keep your bloody eyes open, if they do come round. I mean, we had a bloody hard time with them, and just, rally them in, maybe, strengthen the defences. I'm not a bloody tactician, but if you can't handle us, then you definitely won't be able to handle them.
You might have a point.
So do you want us in to help you, just in case they come back, or will this take some more convincing?
No, we don't want you in. Orders from on high were pretty clear. Not to let you in if we can help.
Right, well, if you insist, but he sort of throws his hands up. Don't say I didn't bloody one, yeah?
He just lets out this big kind of sigh of like, oh my god, they're doing it. Oh my god, I don't have to fight them. I'm not going to die. That kind of relief.
He sort of peers back towards the others. Well, I've done my interrogation. Any other sort of questions you lot want to ask?
Nothing specifically comes to mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done with him.
And with that, he sort of heads off down the side trail.
Okay. And you guys are pushing straight on for Farrick, yeah?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So you make your way around the side of Yarn Skull and continue on following the track that you had taken before. This one brings you past the grove where you carried out your interrogation of one of the cultists, before approaching the rocky pass where you had done battle with I'm going to get this wrong again, manticore?
It was.
Yeah, it was a manticore.
Yeah, it was.
Continuing on and camping for a few days in between. You guys are welcome to take a long rest.
Epic.
Yeah. Though the journey is relatively uneventful. In fact, it's actually very quiet. Almost too quiet, as the saying goes. The amount of creatures and birds and things you see along the way is far less than you saw before, even as you descend down from the rocky peaks of the pass. The land seems to carry this tiredness and this, not sickness, but this miasma of
Lethargy?
lethargy. I don't want to keep using the same words, but I have to. As all of the birds and creatures and things aren't absent, but there's far fewer of them, and everything seems a bit more on edge. Everything seems wary. Everything seems just a bit not quite right, as the smokestacks and squat buildings of Farrick begin to pop into view. The great shipbuilding complexes and wharfs, which carry huge liners and cargo ships, seem to continue to work, and in fact this metropole itself doesn't seem as affected as the land around it. You rejoin the kind of slow procession of people entering into the city. The smells of foreign food, of waste, of closeness, of hard work, of industry, all clinging in this thick, invisible fog, which seems to hang around everyone. The voices of doomsayers still very much evident on kind of the edge of every conversation. Beware! Beware! This sort of thing. Just from every corner, there's someone up on their soapbox yelling about the end of the world being nigh. Whereabouts in
flushed away.
Whereabouts in Farrick are you looking to head?
Well, I think Durgus would first turn towards Natara. Did your friend, Yaria, did she say where she was sort of, residing?
No, she didn't mention it, actually.
Well, where do your types tend to hold up? I mean, do you have some sort of like, are you in-rooms paid for you or something?
We tend to pay for them ourselves, but we're obviously funded by the organization. But she said she was here to study. What was it again? She was studying.
Sorry, would Alex, would Geronimo remember exactly what it is that she said that she was studying?
Yes, she was here studying the emergence of magical loci in the presence of highly centralized populations. So she was looking at the fact that Farrak had a lot of people and studying how that affected the kind of local magic.
Wasn't that from the thing in the sky?
Yeah, so she was talking about the Skywatcher and things like that, which was supposed to be positioned to look at essentially a tear in reality that was the source of all this doomsaying and this kind of doom cult that exists around the city. This belief that any day now the world will just split and everything will end.
Mm-hmm. Geronimo kind of like looks up towards Natara and goes, "Yeah, if I remember correctly, she said that she was studying sort of magical focai's sort of effects on the mass people. So she could be anywhere in this city, especially with the Skywatcher in the up there. So,
Aye, she could be anywhere.
Well, if she's studying a big old bloody sky wound, then surely she'd be, closer to it than further away. I mean, to look up at it.
Likely, aye.
Do you like some sort of observation tower here? He says, and almost as him trying to answer his own question, he sort of peers and squints out over the skyline, seeing if there's any sort of more like elevated area of the city or, like notable towers or something.
Yeah. So I've got you guys onto the map, and in fact I can bring the stream over to there as well. It's probably going to roll a ton of dice for them because I didn't watch my caller open, but people will have to put up with that. Right, so the city itself is divided into kind of three main sections. You've got the section at the top, which is mostly to do with the logging industry here in Yarnskal, and is highly industrialized and specifically also takes a lot of the shipping. So it's very few people live here. It's mostly businesses and heavy industry. Everything inside of the walls is considered the old town. This is built on a rise, so the entire kind of center, the wall itself almost seems to ring the beginning of the kind of large hill that everything sits on, and it peaks just where you can see that A kind of C tags here in the middle of the city. Those 2 points are 2 buildings that tower well above the others. The point marked as C, I believe. Yeah, the Skywatcher essentially looks like this great orb of stone that's sitting upon a pedestal. It's clearly a building, and in fact from where you are you can see kind of small pits in the rock suggesting where there are windows. But this thing is by and far the largest and tallest thing the city has to offer, especially given that most other buildings are quite squat and short. Additionally, that point marked A, the one that's quite near it, appears to look like a number of shards, 3 of which I believe, 4 of which, sorry, 4 kind of shards jutting into the sky, each one appearing to be some kind of great tower attached to a central, more square rectangular complex at the bottom. Though still very tall, not quite as tall as the kind of large round Skywatcher.
Sort of seeing this, I think Durgus would peer back towards the others. Well, I mean, if she's not in a room, she'll probably be around there, surely.
If she's studying things in the sky, well, I can only assume.
Didn't we meet her the first time, just sort of on the edge of the city?
Well, she could have just been wandering. We're working off what she's given us, sir.
Okay, well let's head towards the Skywatcher, see if we can find her. Are we bringing the kid in the city too, or?
Well, I'd much rather, take him with us than leave him outside. I mean, cities can be quite dangerous.
I guess he's probably safer right next to you, Captain. That's for sure. You're so strong and manly.
Hey, he says, clearly a little thrown off by the sudden compliment.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Speak to.
What do you mean? He's always complimenting you, isn't he?
You're so
Weird.
strong and muscular. And you got a massive.
You got so many muscles.
You got a nice cock there, Captain. Anyway,
Please don't ever say that again. Holy shit.
That definitely shouldn't have been said, and we're going to move on as swiftly as we possibly can. Yeah, you guys can make your way into the city. You are slowed down briefly at the walls, not by any kind of security or kind of particular targeting, but instead just by the guards who are briefly checking over large cargo. Noticing that you yourselves aren't carrying any kind of wagons, carts, things that could be taxed, you're let through very, very quickly into the much busier streets of Farrick itself. An incredibly cosmopolitan, industrious city. There are peoples of all races and creed just moving in and mixing and muddling in around each other. There doesn't also appear to be any kind of real division, at least socially from what you can tell with regards to clothing. People seem to be wearing, in general, you notice a lot of people wear things like heavy work tunics and aprons and things to protect them when they're working. However, there is also a number of people who are standing in the kind of traditional garb of their people. You notice a few Aarakocra who are on these very thin, almost shawls covered, almost like monkish robes, moving between some of the stalls, talking quietly amongst themselves. Additionally, you find some orcs who are wearing patchy leather covered in a multitude of charms and items and totems that they clearly have handcrafted themselves and kind of fused onto their clothing, similar to what Barrand has done with the remains of his enemies. Moving through the city, the wealth does, however, begin to become more apparent as you rise further up the hill that the city sits on. More space becomes dedicated to things like parks, and the buildings begin to move from 1 story to 2 and even 3 in some places, with enameling and ornate carvings and frescoes that have been put onto the surface of the stone to make it ever more elaborate. Finally, as you reach that kind of central plaza, you enter perhaps, I don't know, the political district, if you will, or the area where kind of government comes together. Priests in very fanciful outfits with herbs and things like that bound to them with cord move between the building, or move around the building marked A on your map, moving in and out of very large open porticos, all of which have been flanked by statues of different individuals with plaques that read out different names and positions they might have held. All of them appear to be high ordiners. This appears to be some kind of rank of great importance to them. And most of the time they completely ignore you. There are a few guards very obviously visible carrying halberds and shields, ready to be there at a moment's notice, but you yourselves aren't blocked from going anywhere. There clearly isn't a kind of outsiders not welcome here. Far more reverent, though, than this central pillar of government is the Skywatcher, which sits on this awkwardly abstract-shaped pedestal, the stonework looking far more ornate and archaic than anything else. It's dark, close to a black, but not quite, and sits with great dips and pits where it looks like it's been hit by siegecraft or almost like the great hands of a god or a giant. All in all, meant to hold up this single stone orb, which sits perfectly smooth atop the building. The only marks on it that you can see are the windows from which you can people peer out and look down. And even as you stand up there, you feel this strange kind of almost static across your skin as your hairs stand on end just from being near this thing.
Sorry, I'm just asking a question because I'm trying to visualize it. So you said, like, because what I understand before, like the Skywatch is like a big old wound in the sky. Is this above this like orb?
No. So the Skywatcher is what they use to look at the wound. The wound itself you can't
okay.
see. The Skywatcher is how they see it.
Oh, okay. That makes far more sense. Yeah, okay. Turning back. Obviously peering towards the others. Well, I can already sort of feel a little static on my skin. So either we're close or, it's just this place.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
I
have a look
don't
around.
see anything. Yeah, I thought there was some in the something grim up here, but I don't feel no nothing. I got that strange tingly feeling, but I don't see anything.
Well, maybe we can go have a look at, the big old, the woundy thing. You sort of, does, like, quote unquote, it's not really understanding what you're saying. And, maybe, find your friend while we're here.
Regardless, I think we're on the right track.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry. Geronimo's going to peer around, looking around to see if he could find Yaria anywhere or see anyone that might look like her.
You can give me a perception or an investigation.
Okie dokie. Let's see which one is better. No, that's Natara's sheet. Let's click on mine. Perception is a 3. Oh, investigation is a 4. I'll take that. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Oh,
There's some pretty great rolls.
23.
23 is fantastic. With a 23, you look around. There are crowds up here. It's not, packed and bustling where you can't see anyone, but there are certainly crowds up here that make it difficult to spot everyone. Even so, you give it your best go. You might have to clamber up a friend every now and again to get a good look out. You are fairly short. But you come to the conclusion that Yaria herself is probably not here. You look around and certainly you don't see anyone dressed in the way she was. You don't even see any Asmar at all. These people, it seems, are very, very rare to begin with.
With my investigation roll, would I have any inkling to know whether or not she might have been here at some point?
That's more of an impossibility. That's one person visiting one place in a city.
Fair enough.
That's a little bit too far.
Okay. No problem. I just thought I'd ask.
it's actually just spray painted.
Yaria is here.
She's tagged one of the walls.
Yeah.
I recognize her tag.
You can smell her scent on the air.
Ugh. Anyway, Geronimo kind of looks around, scrambles up Baron a couple of times to sort of get the height advantage, and kind of back down, kind of shrugs and goes, "Yeah, with my keen gnomish eyesight and hearing and smell, I ain't seen nothing. She ain't here."
Seems we'll have to go further up then.
I mean, not if we're allowed, but they've been pretty accommodating so far. And he then sort of just pushes on forwards, aiming to sort of head towards the main tower.
We could always ask, couldn't we? I mean, somebody who might know her, if she's studying it, she could be here in some sort of vaguely official capacity. I don't know how Shade works or whether you get permission like that, but that could be an idea if we can't go up.
And sort of hearing this, Durgus, you said there were guards around, right?
Yes, there are guards around.
Yeah, he just sort of stomps up towards one of the guards. Sorry there, fella. Have you seen a woman around, sort of, yay, hi? And he sort of gets up onto his tiptoes, obviously doing sort of the same size-ish as Natara. Probably wearing the hood. I think she can summon, like, psychic swords. It's kind of strange. She's a scientist type, meant to be documenting, your big ol' sky thing.
There's a pause as you approach one of the guards. She turns on you in a moment, kind of hefts a halberd onto one shoulder, getting comfortable, looks you up and down. Oh, not like her. No, not seen anyone like her. Hood type, though. Looks like a scientist. I think I've seen her fairly regular, like. Name of?
Yaria?
Name rings a bell. I think she might have been visiting the Skywatcher a few times. You can go in yourself. She points towards kind of the main entrance at the front of the building that the Skywatcher sits on. Just make sure you turn to the right and head up to the drawing rooms. Obviously, you can't go into the rest of them.
Hey, and can we have actually, have a look at your big old Skywound thing?
Well,
Or is that, off limits?
Oh, that's why you go into the drawing rooms. You can't go to the rest of it. It's all laid off for the ordiners and whatnot, but go to the drawing rooms. What time of day is it? She peers up at the sky, kind of clicks her tongue slightly. You might have missed the last one, but they'll probably do another viewing soon.
Hey, well, thank you, he says, sort of dipping his head. Quite thankful for once, seeing how his blunt approach actually yielded results.
She kind of taps her gauntlets together, as if this is some kind of greeting, before giving a nod, seeing if there was anything else you wanted, and then marching back off on her little patrol.
Yeah, and he'd spin back around, return to the group. Right, well, we go in, stick to the right. We can find the drawing room where apparently we can, well, hopefully find Yaria. She's apparently around here quite a bit, and look at the big old sky thing.
Sounds good. Good job.
Head on up.
Okay. So, joining what is not a queue, but a small procession of people heading into the Skywatcher, you march up behind others who are then directed up a set of stairs that begins to spiral upwards. The air in here is quite light and airy. There are a number of windows looking outside that provide some openness to what would normally be a very cramped space. However, as you get higher and higher, you find that becomes suppressed as you head deeper and deeper into this great orb and rise up inside of it. As you do so, that strange kind of static tingling along your skin begins to grow more and more intense, causing your hairs quite literally to stand up on end. You can visibly see it now. Even the people around you can see, especially in sections where people have quite thin, wiry hair, it begins to lift up and then fall, lift up and then fall. Though no one shows any kind of unhappiness or concern as if this is anything out of the ordinary. Indeed, you pass by a number of individuals who appear to be dressed in some kind of ritual clothing. They have blue cloaks on with hoods thrown up over their head, and in their hands they clutch what look to be almost miniature icons of the Skywatcher, and they seem to be mumbling some kind of prayer under their breath as you go past. Eventually, as you reach the top of the stairs, you move down another short corridor before stepping into a fairly large hall. You could call it an auditorium. The space acoustically is quite fantastic. You can just tell from the sounds of people's footsteps echoing off the walls, though nobody is speaking in here. Instead, they are taking themselves to these kind of long sets of stone desks and parking themselves down onto benches. Along the back of the room, there are far more benches than there are desks, and none of the desks are really covered in anything except perhaps like what people have put up there. Some people have put their feet up, others have little bags of snacks and things like that. However, at the front half of this hall, there are far fewer benches, but far more desks. And here, there are a number of people who have laid out great rolls of parchment. They have a multitude of different inks. They have different small arcane focuses. They have different paraphernalia to help them kind of work with some kind of little rituals that they seem to intend to perform. And everyone is staring quite intently towards the far wall that's to your left as you enter, where a curtain has been draped down over what you can tell must be an opening, because there's a very faint breeze going in and out of it.
Okay. Well, seeing this sort of echoey room, and of course with the almost eerie silence, Durgus very much fights the urge to try and scream bollocks at the top of his lungs, and thankfully wins. As he, slowly but surely sort of waddles forwards, almost like quieting his footsteps, not wanting to cause too much, sort of disturbance. As he sort of sidles past the, obviously the sort of the layers of desks, and quite, brazenly just goes to try and peel back the curtain and walk on through.
As you kind of march to the front, a lot of eyes turn to watch you, and as you reach out to the curtain and go to touch it, there immediately is this loud kind of almost aggressive, disproving whispering, as a few people actually almost shriek and hiss in horror of what you're doing. As you begin to pull back the curtain, you quickly catch a glimpse of the space behind it, which appears to be an extension to the hallway that leads up to what looks to be some kind of clear glass wall, through which right now it is very, very dark. However, a moment later, seemingly from nowhere, in fact, those of you who don't follow Durgus notice that it almost seems to step out of some shadow from behind a pillar. One of the figures in blue kind of materializes, slams a hand down onto Durgus's shoulder, and Durgus, I'm gonna need a athletics check from you.
Okay.
Stop right there, criminal scum. You
That's
violated that
25.
curtain.
A 25. This grip is like iron, vice-like. It digs down into your shoulder, and it to the point that it could practically break bone. You begin to feel it haul you backwards, but through kind of that sheer strength, you kind of bunch your muscles and tighten yourself up. You manage to keep your footing, though this person is clearly trying to bodily haul you away from where you are.
Do you bloody mind?
Do you mind?
I was told we could have a look at the bloody, the sky woundy thing.
Take
It's
a
supposed to have the
seat.
way.
Take a seat. It repeats again.
What actually is this thing? Is it like some strange sort of like blue silhouette, or is it like
No,
like
it's
an actual
definitely
person?
humanoid. The hand that grips onto yours is slightly scaly, a kind of light blue. And though with the hood up, the face is mostly hidden. Though from what you know, this could be perhaps a dragonborn. You reckon maybe? Though the hood is very far down, they seem to be perceiving you almost through the cloth. Though the rest of their body is mostly covered, and their other hand, which they haven't grabbed you with, is still holding this small replica of the Skywatcher.
He sort of furrows his eyebrows, sort of squints his eyes up. Because fine, just get your bloody hands off of me.
There's a second's pause as they clearly consider what you've said, and then release you, their arm lowering as they wait to see what you do.
Yeah, and he'd pause and then actually look around at the various seats. Like, did there seem to be any sort of like queue forming or anything?
There's no queue. So far, there's actually enough seats to kind of allow for the number of people that have come in, though they are swiftly filling up. There's a couple of chairs with desks still left, though most people seem to be avoiding those. And there is a slight spot where you could probably sit all of your party down comfortably towards the back, where there are kind of more people sitting casually.
Yeah, and then he sort of sorry.
Probably seeing Durga's kind of being stopped as he would have reached for the curtain. Brand would have a look around, gesturing out some of the seats that would sit all of them. Well, if they're being so insistent, there's plenty of room here.
Aye, and he sort of side eyes the sort of large figure as he goes sort of squat on top. Well, not on top, but sits himself down, sort of putting his feet up on one of the desks as he sits.
There certainly doesn't seem to be an issue with that. A few other people are doing it further down some of the seats anyway. The Dragonborn stares back at you for a moment, though as you kind of comfortably take your seat, you kind of do that meeting of eyes, hold each other's stares for a moment, and when you both kind of subconsciously agree that neither one of you has won or lost here yet, the figure steps backwards into the shadow and seems to dematerialize.
Like physically, like actually just poof, or is it like
It's more it's more they step into the shadow and you expect to still be able to see them, but their form kind of shimmers and then loses shape and then they're just gone.
Ooh, okay. And Derek's just going to sort of eye this a bit wary. Obviously they'll run into hooded figures. It's not been the best as of late, but he sort of eyes, I imagine like Baron to his left and Geronimo something to his right, before sort of easing forwards, sort of speaking loud enough for the two to hear. Did you see that?
It seems this place might have more power than we initially imagined. I can't say I see him anywhere.
And he sort of twists his head around towards Brannon. Sorry, the fact you both have B's to start your names really good. Can you do that? Do you know what that is?
Do I?
You can make an Arcana check.
Okay. It's 15.
15's okay. Certainly you're well aware of teleportation magic. I think you have a Misty Step ability as it is.
Yeah, I do. But
yeah. This isn't a Misty Step. Given that they seem to be moving somewhere that they can't see, and I believe Misty Step requires it you be able to see.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it's definitely not that. But you're well aware there are many different types of teleportation magic. The exact spell or magics they might be using, you're not so sure. But certainly this magic, whilst very useful and in certain hands very powerful, is not super uncommon.
Okay. He repeats that and goes, well, I'll be honest, it's pretty common for the most part, but it just normally comes quite expensive.
Hey, well, there's bloody grip hurt. I mean, clearly some sort of strange, magic warrior type. Still, just keep your eyes peeled. I mean, I don't bloody trust this place. I mean, and he sort of gestures down to his beard. And You said Alex, if it sort of like thrums up and then goes down, like the energy is like a pulse.
Yeah,
Does
your
that
your
sound
beard's
right?
your beard's a little bit firmer than some of the kind of wispier, softer hair that's doing this, but you can definitely see it kind of moving and shifting slightly as if some energy is passing through it.
Yeah, I don't really trust this place. Yes, strong magics or what? It's a little bit unnerving.
We're only here to find Yaria and then we can leave. It's a little bit unsettling, especially with people probably watching us.
Hey, bloody teleporting, lizard folk.
A few moments later, there is the striking of a drum, very low, a couple of times, and at that, everyone begins to fall quiet. There's a few people muttering here and there, but mostly everyone is focused intently forwards as the door to the room is shut and the windows that provide illumination that were kind of behind you are also closed. The room falls into close to pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of some of the instruments that people sitting in front of you at the actual kind of academic desks, if you will, are using. You hear the kind of soft, wispy whisper, if you will, of the curtain being raised, and to your fore, you notice a kind of change in the darkness, telling you kind of there's this dark, there's that change in perspective from the glass. A few moments later, you begin to see this soft white light emanating from the center, almost like the kind of morning light after it's just snowed. It begins to grow and then begins to pirouette slightly as it spins outwards and outwards and outwards. As it does so, kind of small spots of light begin to peel off, taking up different positions around in the darkness, almost in the pattern of dancers moving about the stage. Each pinprick finds a spot and then stops, and they begin to change colours slightly, shifting through the kind of chromatic rainbow. You've got reds and yellows and blues, whilst the single kind of main section stays pirouetting and spinning and morphing to allow these specks to come off of it. Eventually, this almost night sky seems to pinprick the darkness all around it, and the light in the middle begins to shrink and fade and become smaller as it continues to leave in its wake this perfect image of the night sky. Once that's finally gone, the stars, you now assume, begin to move, as if time itself is being turned forwards or perhaps backwards, moving around the sky in the way the cosmos does, over the course of years, centuries, millennia even. Lines then begin to be picked out between some of the certain astral bodies. This kind of arcane blue magic picking out particular patterns, forming into these astrological signs. How many... If you have a nature check, you can roll that for me. If you have a nature proficiency, sorry.
I
Oh,
don't think any of us have it. Oh,
17.
Baron certainly does. Anyone else have nature?
Just him, I think.
Okay, that's fine. Baron, you have navigated using the cosmos before. The night sky was often the best way for you to find your way back to your tribe, especially during times where you were caught outside by storms that just swept in unexpectedly. The night sky you're looking at is odd. In general, it remains roughly the same. It's not always the same, but there are a few bodies you definitely recognize. However, the way it's moving and the particular kind of signs that are being picked out are all wrong somehow. The sky moves in a direction that it's not supposed to. The signs are not the right shape. It's almost as if you're looking at the cosmos upside down, which makes no sense because it's four-dimensional, but yeah. Still, this continues as these signs begin to be picked out, and they move into a position that creates this almost storyboard of images. You have what appears to be a great claw striking down onto a four-legged beast, which in turn seems to be leaping towards a great pit. at the bottom of which there seems to be a hand. Once this symbology appears, it all kind of freezes in place, and then it begins to spiral and pirouette again, this time as if being sucked into a dark void. This happens, bringing everything in until everything reaches that kind of event horizon, at which point the cosmos is gone, and there is a flash of blinding white light that seems to appear from behind that void, creating a sort of best way, a kind of silhouette, if you will, almost like a kind of shadow play, which begins immediately to be splayed out onto the floor. These long arms of the shadow in front of you, stretching and moving and writhing in front of the foremost desks. This continues for a few more moments before, at the very center of it, you pick out this single red line. It looks like a puncture wound. You've all been in combat now, and before that, most of you had some kind of experience in fighting anyway. You've seen what, say, a dagger or an arrow wound looks like, that kind of small, almost kiss-sized mark where flesh has just been punctured and kind of puffs out. It looks a bit like that, and it ripples ever so slightly at the center of this almost dark cosmic container. For a few moments it stays like that, before almost pivoting back as if being lifted slightly by something, throwing the shadow of these strange contorting dark arms onto the desks of the people to the very front. Immediately, as these arms begin to dance and move over the desks, the hands of these people begin to scribble and scratch and work at instruments very, very quickly, taking readings, almost copying out the movements of the shadow over their own desk, doing everything they can seemingly to just record everything. Meanwhile, either side of you, people begin to murmur in this kind of very hushed, nervous tone. You seem to be looking at the wound.
Hey, what does it look like?
Bit odd. Before, when we were seeing the signs, the stars, they all seemed jumbled up, mixed up. Nothing was making sense. Whatever did this, it's quite unnerving, to be honest. I can't even imagine what could have done it.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say that sometimes there's things that you just can't, you just can't comprehend. You know, I don't like to think about the big stuff. It's make my brain hurty.
Do the strange silhouette arm seems to be almost spilling out or coming from this wound, like this dagger, like incision? Have I died, or was that Alex?
Nothing, Alex.
Sure.
I've just realised I was muted. So the wound itself appeared afterwards. When I said the word container, I think that's the best way to describe what you're seeing, because in the order that it appeared, there was this dark vortex, followed... I'm going to turn down that noise, suddenly got far louder. There we go. There was that dark vortex that was then flashed with light, creating the shadow that spills out onto the floor. And it is within that void that this kind of reddish puncture wound appeared. The silhouette or the shadow that's on the floor is quite literally what has been cast from behind the glass, and that's what they seem to be taking measurements of. It doesn't seem to have any effect on anything physically, like the pages aren't moving or anything like that, though as they do pass over some of those objects, you see them begin to kind of glow with energy and then dim as the arm passes by. Almost like a radioactive effect. There's a kind of energy coming out that's having an effect on the things it touches, but it's not like actually being in contact with the object that's causing it.
And Obviously, as they sort of zoomed in, there's like the thrumming or like the energy which was in the place before seemed to intensify, or is it sort of still similar?
It's still to a similar level. It's not as if you've been brought any closer to it, only that it's been made visible to you.
Okay. And just to double check, you said it's a single red line. Is this horizontal or vertical?
That would be vertical. Think of literally, if you imagine like a dagger wound, someone stabs you with a dagger.
Yeah.
Literally like that. And it's that kind of deep red crimson, though inside of it, where normally you would see, flesh, blood, bone, whatever, if someone had been stabbed, there is just this kind of distortion, a kind of non-reality there.
Would any of the kind of like dark arms and signs that have been appearing, would they be reminiscent of any of the stuff Baron saw in when he was underwater on the ship?
There would be a few bits and pieces. The night sky that you saw is a similarity, because the sailors on the ship, when they took you under, were using the night sky also, and that remained kind of ever present above you, even when you were under the sea. Additionally, you kind of, that kind of moving of long, dark, shadowy arms. This is something that you've seen multiple times, though these arms don't carry the, I suppose, unsettling Icarusness, the undersea-ness, the sliminess of those that Ulcraw's brood seemingly had. Instead, these more appear to be more in line with cosmic arms, with big sweeping power. It's not necessarily reaching for anything, it is simply just there and moving.
Okay. And is Darkseas in there with us?
You didn't leave him at home, so I assume he's there with you. He's currently tucked up, I'd imagine, near Natara, since she was identified as being a member of Shade, and he feels more comfortable with them.
Okay. Baron will kind of look towards the various like arms and sigils that are being strewn across the room. It's quite fascinating, to be honest, but has anyone seen Yaria at all? He'll kind of try and have a bit of a look around, probably keeping more of an eye out towards the desks where people are frantically scribbling down the movements.
You can give me, anyone who wants to look can give me a perception or an investigation.
Nice.
Get my keys randomly.
So 17.
17, wunderbar.
I'll do one as well.
My rolls have been abysmal today. That's my second one.
Yeah, it is. These days happen.
14
17, 17. Those are all pretty good. Basically everything bar the 7. It takes a few moments of looking around, but eventually Yaria becomes identifiable. First by the clothing she's wearing, which has become almost semi-luminescent in the light. Not through probably any kind of magics, but just the material itself seems to naturally act in a luminescent way. But additionally, because of the soft light that is coming from the front of her face, where you know that her glowing eyes probably are, she herself is working with less energy and vigor than the others. In fact, the others who seem to be doing all they can to take in as much information as they can, she seems to be focusing on one particular point. There seems to be a certain arm that is kind of just moving very gently up one of the walls, and her head seems to be kind of focused purely on that one section, watching as it moves, writing down some notes in very shorthand, and just checking the readings on a couple of devices that are around her.
Well, Yari's here, so I assume once this is all done, we should deliver Darkseas. But I don't really want to interrupt her at the moment.
Okay, so you guys are going to sit and watch and wait?
No, Geronimo's going to walk up to her.
Okay. Geronimo stands up and starts to wander down towards her.
What was she doing again? She was just in the middle of observing.
Yeah, she's at one of the desks working on some notes while she checks some different readings as she specifically watches a certain arm on the wall.
And this is Yari, right? I haven't just confused myself.
No. This looks exactly like her.
Okay, yeah. Geronimo's going to walk up to her kind of proud and go, hey there, friend.
Her head snaps around immediately, almost shocked, and then annoyed as the golden eyes kind of narrow, and she grits her teeth. What is it?
Oh, sorry, are you hard at work?
Yes. Her head is like snapping between you and what she's meant to be studying.
We got something that might just be a little bit more important than your work. And he's going to turn around. And Doxy's is with us, right?
Yeah, he's with Natara right now.
Yeah, he's going to point towards Doxy's.
Yeah, I think Durgus, to elaborate, would sort of go and try and sort of take the child and sort of hoist him into the air.
Wave him around like...
Yeah. Give him a jiggle. There you go. Give him a shake.
Shake the child, always a safe option. She frowns and pauses as you do this before going, "You adopted? I don't understand."
His name is Darkseas. We found him when we were searching up north for the person we were telling you about. Anyways, we found some of the shade cells, and he used to be with one, but they mentioned your name, Yaria.
They did?
Yeah.
Why?
They said that you could protect him. This kid is a shade, so...
See. The annoyance or aggression that was there before has faded now to more confusion and a bit of shock. She reaches up to rub her temple as she nods her head slowly. Could you keep him until this is finished? I need to finish my readings with this.
That ain't no problem, but how long are you going to be? Because, I mean, I don't want to just, dump him off onto you like this, but...
This should last the next few minutes.
Oh, then, yeah, for sure. Then keep on scribbling and reading or whatever it is you're doing. I'll go tell the others. We'll be over there. And Geronimo's going to give her a nod, thumbs up, and then walk back to the others.
She goes back to her work, and for the next few minutes, she continues to take readings, though you can tell that her energy or her vigor in her work is no longer quite what it was, as every now and again she peers over her shoulder to look back at you as a group. Eventually, the curtain drops quite suddenly, covering everything, throwing everything into pitch black again, and the windows and the door are opened again to allow light in. As this happens, there's almost like this kind of collective deep breath out from most of the people around you, as some of them begin to stand immediately and file out in the way that people at a cinema might do if they're trying to get to their cars very quickly. For those of them sitting at the desk, most sit back and kind of breathe very hard. That was a long day's work for them. Now they've got to go and spend all that money that their institution gives them. Yaria, however, remains quite stoically still and silent as she taps her finger nervously before standing and turning very quickly and sweeping up close to you. She approaches Natara first. I think Keth might be still here, or maybe not. Kind of bows her head in greeting towards Natara. I'll assume Keth's not here. Before looking to the rest of you. You said you had a child. I was named... What? She looks down at Darkseas and gives a small smile. Darkseas is busy trying to hide himself.
Hey, we went north and we're chasing this cultist lot, and they burned down this very large tree, and then we sort of followed the trail, and we found some sort of small person who I'm trying to remember who was that. Was it a hobbit we chased, or was it a child?
You didn't wait.
Well, we
were following the tracks.
You were following You were following childlike tracks.
No, because we did find them in the end, didn't we? They're in like some sort of pod, but I'm trying to... doesn't matter.
You mean Darkseas, the child?
Oh, was it him? Oh, fucking...
Yeah.
That makes things way easier. And, we believe he here was sort of part of one of these shared covens. And we found him sort of stuffed away with this guardian thing, some sort of strange light woman. And she mentioned you and that we should sort of, hand over the next generation.
Wait, you mentioned a tree.
A very big tape, like really big.
Believe it was a large willow tree.
It was attacked?
Oh, burnt. I mean, there's nothing left.
It is most concerning. I had friends working out that way, people I knew and trusted.
Could one of them turn into a boar, perchance?
No, though they had a pet who was.
I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think they made it. In fact, I think the cultists may have taken them, actually.
Deeply worrying. Deeply. But you said you saved this child. This time she is kind of putting on clearly more of a facade for Darkseas as she leans forward. And your name is? Darkseas says his name. They specifically asked you to give him to me?
Yes, the sort of strange guardian woman thing.
See. Then I suppose it is my duty to take him under my wing.
Yeah, you gotta keep him safe, because, well, I mean, it ain't real safe for him to kind of run around with us. Better to be with his own people, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know. 1 moment. And as she says that, she reaches up to kind of the crown of her head, rubs her thumb in, almost as if massaging, and then pulls it away very slowly. And from her skull, you see this kind of strange, wispy white energy. She then brings the thumb forward, which the energy sticks to, almost like a ribbon, and holds it in front of Darkseas. And she says something in a language that none of you can quite understand except for Natara, who would know it to be Druid, or Druidic, or trust me. Child kind of frowns, but hearing the language nods, and as she presses the ribbon of energy into the side of his head, his eyes, which are normally quite dark with just pinpricks for pupils, brighten and lighten slightly before returning, and he suddenly gives this big kind of childlike grin, as if he's imagining something very happy. She nods her head. He will be quite safe. Be quite fine. I can look after him.
That's good to hear. The more we can save, I think that's the better. Well, who knows what the people we're after are causing now, but I think as soon as we can, we'll be back on the case.
I understand. Well, I'm afraid I've heard nothing of creatures or people or anything doing such heinous things as you said. Still, I can... Oh, sorry.
We believe it's the cult that we mentioned that have done this. They've destroyed one of our cells.
Yes, your friend said. It's most concerning. I had intended to bring some of my research to them. They were working on an alternate but similar path to my own. Still, if you intend to stay in the city for a little bit, I can speak to some of the contacts I've made here. You might get some information from some of the other people. They may know something. Certainly, no strangeness has happened here in the city, though there is an edginess that's taken the people over.
Be careful. They might target researchers like us because we know the truth behind things.
I think I'll be just fine. Especially with this strapping young lad. And with that, she kind of reaches and takes a hold of Darkseas by the waist and kind of lifts him up. Places him down next to her, ruffles his hair.
Well, I believe we still have some paperwork to follow before we could leave, so if you could find anything out at all, it'd be very much appreciated.
I will do my best. Whereabouts could I find you?
Baron kind of looks around at the group.
Well, we have a ship and dock that you could use.
Will be perfect.
That reminds me, we probably need to go sort that out before we leave as well.
Before
How
you
many
leave,
days have you been away at this point, Alex?
about 5.
Shit.
But anyway, she kind of cuts in. Yes, but before you go, the name of the ship so I can find it.
Did we ever change the name on the side?
No, we didn't.
I think we named it. We renamed it, but we never actually changed what was on the side of it.
What do we rename it to?
Oh, we renamed it to the Cutlass, but we haven't actually.
But it's still the Sea Serpent, isn't it?
So it'll say the Sea Serpent on the side.
I see. Okay. I shall look you up then if I find anything out.
So, before we part ways, do you know what exactly that sort of, red thing is?
The wound. That's the whole purpose of the Skywatcher.
And the sort of thing it shows you, are you sure it's sort of like zooming in on the night sky and it's not, just some sort of like illusion?
I mean, looking at the way your beard's moving and the hair of some of your friends, it's not just an illusion. I'm sure. She gestures at Brannon as she says this. Your friend could detect if this was just an illusion. No, the wound is a point in which reality itself has become pierced by something we don't know what, leading to who knows where. It's all questions we don't really know. But the Skywatcher was here when the city was established, and seemed to, with the right incantations and rituals, to be able to perceive this injury to the fabric of reality. We can't see it ourselves. It doesn't just exist. We can't go to a room and see it. But the Skywatcher allows us to channel seemingly the power of time, and hone in on exactly where this wound is, to enlarge it, to put it into a shape that we can measure and see. And by taking readings on those measurements, taking readings on those things that make it visible, we are able to better understand its purpose, what it is, where it might go, the kind of energies it outputs. You may have noticed the glass in front of that. That's to protect us. From early accounts, from what we can tell, those who tried to observe it exposed to the pure energy died very, very young.
And has this wound got any bigger?
It's an interesting question. Some argue that it has, mostly based on the amount of energy it outputs. Certainly size-wise, we don't think it has. At least measurement-wise, if you walked up to the glass, put a ruler to it, no bigger. But the energy outputs have continued to grow very slowly over time. The measurements we're taking now and the readings we have now are far greater than those that were taken before, suggesting that it is growing, but to what capacity we can't tell, and why it might be growing, and what happens if there's a critical mass that it could reach. She continues on this kind of spiel of basically just different theories and hypotheses about what could be going on for a little while.
The stars seemed backwards in some kind of way. Do you know why?
There's a few good theories about that. One that I'm particularly fond of is that the Skywatcher acts as a mirror, and so reality itself is flipped when it perceives the world, and that is part of the magics and the ritual that allow it to function and for it to be able to measure and project this image of the wound. Others believe that there is some kind of time magic associated, and it's in fact showing us an image of the past, or a capture of the night sky millennia ago, well before the lifespan of even the oldest elves, and that just at the time the skies moved in a different way. The gods ordain it as they will. We assume permanence to be permanent when in fact very little is.
But what about this? And I may have been confusing things, but I've heard people talk about the sky falling or something like that.
Yes, so the Skywatcher obviously interacts with the wound directly. That's its purpose. And the wound itself, because of the power and the magics and the energies involved, is incredibly dangerous. It's one of the reasons it has to be protected so vigilantly. It's one of the reasons you can't go into the rest of the Skywatcher, and only a few know of the exact location that it perceives. So, given that this is a direct link there are many who believe that this viewing that happens quite regularly, it's not controlled, it's sort of a cycle that the Skywatcher goes through. The priests that work here just sort of maintain the cycle and the process. They believe at some point it may go wrong, or that our delving will go too deep, or that some sort of mishap will occur, and that when that happens it will activate some kind of apocalyptic doomsday, and that would be the sky falling, as this is the Skywatcher.
I see. Seems a bit foreboding, but do people believe this will happen soon?
It depends who you ask. You've probably heard the doomsayers and the doom speakers and the apocalyptic priests. They're on every street corner. You can find one of their temples pretty much down every road. Everyone has a little shrine to try and offset the end of days. It's sort of become, I don't know, I suppose, a collective death wish. Everyone believes that at some point the world will end and this will be the ground zero for that. And so they are living their lives as industriously and to the best they possibly can, because today might be their last.
Well, in that case, let's just hope that doesn't happen, shall we say.
And the Skywatcher has been here as long as records have existed, and the world is still as we know it. So, she shrugs slightly.
You will. So far.
So far, she agrees.
Well, sort of science threw that aside. Are you okay to take this child? I mean, I wouldn't know what to do if something was, sort of thrust upon me.
I will adapt and overcome. We will thrive here. And she gives a little smile down to Darkseas, and Darkseas, meanwhile, is kind of picking at one of his fingernails.
In the meanwhile, we'll stop some cultists from ending the world. Not in that way, he sort of says, pointing towards the screen, but in the, their own sort of other way. Unless they're somehow joined, I wouldn't be surprised.
She nods her head before saying, as I said, I'll find your sea serpent if I hear anything from any of my contacts. There, I believe, is supposed to be 2 more viewings today, so Darkseas and I will come back then. But they're not for a few hours yet, so we'll have some time to go back to the room. I can find him some clean clothes, we can get him washed up, get him fed, and I can talk to some people.
Well, I'm content, even if I'm still not entirely sure of this place. He sort of peers around. There's clearly distrust in his tone. Clearly thinking someone was sort of more than beneath the eye as he peers back towards the others. So, shall we head back to the ship? Don't we need to be doing, this paperwork, Brandon?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you for the last since the last time I told you 5 minutes ago.
I do need
I'll
to
be honest, I wouldn't really worry about it now. The due date is long past, so we might as well just go see them.
But I do just need to confirm something with Yaria quick.
Okay, it's Smalty. You do that. We'll wait a second.
Yeah, and Baron would kind of divert his attention back to Yaria again. It's probably a little bit out there and not really in your area of expertise. But you mentioned context, and I thought I might as well ask, but I don't suppose you've heard of a name of Aurello Spine? I believe he's a dwarf.
Aurello Spine. No, I'm afraid the name doesn't ring a bell, though there are a lot of dwarves that arrive here. What makes you think that he came here?
Just, heard from others, but it's no issue. Like I said, I wasn't expecting a definite answer.
Yes, no,
Well,
I'm
maybe
afraid.
you may know his lass. What's her name? The gnome.
I think she was an elf, but Baron kind of thinks for a moment as I scroll through my big page of notes.
Yeah, no, I'm doing the exact same. No. Didn't Aurello change his name to Gamma?
I don't know whether he did or not. It's all very confusing, but the first girl who I suppose we're helping is named Marleone, but she wasn't from around here.
Can't say I've heard of an Arello spine or a gamma or anything like that. Farrick is certainly a location lots of people come to. There's every possibility I won't have met them. However, it's not the only big city that people travel to out here on the kind of first reaches of the expanse. New Haven is far closer to home for most people and a little bit more of a comfortable, I suppose, recognizable climate than here. If you're looking for people who are running away, are moving away from somewhere they know, New Haven might be somewhere they go to.
Yeah, Baron kind of just nods to that. Well, thank you. That's all I have to ask.
No problem. I can ask about Aurello's spine as well, whilst I'm asking about these cultists.
Again, that would be very much appreciated.
Of course. Anything else?
Kind of just
No, I think that's it.
Then in which case, I shall be taking Darkseys here and get him bathed and fed. I bid you adieu. And with that, she begins collecting up her things as she leads Darkseys from the drawing room. And where I think we will take our second break. So we'll take another 10 minutes or so. We'll throw ourselves off, grab ourselves some drinks, grab ourselves some food, come back, and then we will run through until our finishing time at 11.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Okay, we shall be right back, guys. Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. We've had our little break and we're ready to see ourselves out to the end of tonight's session. We return, still in the drawing room, whilst the players decide what/where they're going to go next. So Yaria has just departed with the young Darkseas, and the players have decisions on what they could do.
Baron's going to...
as far as
Wow. The entire party talked over.
Silence, and then everyone talks at once.
Well, I guess we best go to these sort of harbor types. I mean, if they won't let us leave without this paperwork, then, well, I mean, we need to make our way down to the south of this sort of island anyway.
I'm not going to lie, considering we're so late with this, I think there's going to be some kind of fee.
I mean, it's just, like, what do they really want us to do? I mean, we could just take off.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens.
Aye, well, let's make our way down to these sort of dock things, and then I guess we can see from there. In the meanwhile, I mean, you know, worst case scenario, we may have to hire some horses or something to try and, you know, chase these culty types. And of course, you know, keep our eyes out for Spine if we do see him. I mean, I'm still aged here, you know.
Well, in the meantime, while we're having a look for all of that, I think it would be a good idea to at least try and make our way back to the ship. We did leave quite a few people there, and not to mention our prisoner, who is either starved or no longer a prisoner.
Hey, we have been gone 5 days, haven't we?
That's my worry.
How long does it usually take for you human types to starve?
I can't really tell you. I don't know whether I'm the best person to ask. We've gone a while on less than berries we find on a track, to be honest.
Hey, well, let's, you know, worst case scenario, we find a rotting corpse in the bottom of our hull, and, you know, best case scenario, well, someone's let it go. I don't really think that's the best case scenario, is it?
I think you guys are kind of forgetting that we got rolled and the others there. I don't think they're gonna just let it, like, I don't know, starve to death.
I mean, she may just try and kill him, you know, take over the ship. We may not even have a ship to go back to.
I think that's kind of worst case scenario, ain't it?
Aye, which is why I suggest we get a move on.
You lead the way, Captain. I'll follow you.
Hey, come on. And he sort of gestures with a motion of his hand for everyone to follow as he quite quickly waddling, now realizing his ship may be in peril, back towards the docks.
Yeah. Okay, so we're heading back towards the docks. Getting back to the docks themselves is pretty much following the route back towards the road that had carried you out of the city, or back in, with your return. However, turning off instead to step towards the wharfs and the jetties, you make for the one that the Sea Serpent, or the Cutlass, was pulled in at, to find there is this odd sort of standoff. People are still moving about the ships busily, and in fact, whilst we get here, we're going to take off our dream-walking music. As chill as that may have been, instead go to our busy medieval city again. Whilst the docks are still very busy, and ships are coming in and out, and there are kind of porters and loaders running here and there and everywhere, working hard to get cargo off of ships, to get ships made ready again, pushing ships away, pulling ships in, all this sort of junk. One wharf is notable for how still it is, notable for how quiet it is. Sitting on the dock, on a fairly nice-looking kind of lounging, almost beach chair, you would notice one of it appears to be a dockmaster's orderlies, sitting back, holding what appears to be a pamphlet in one hand, and a bottle of a drink. You can't really tell, it's kind of all frosted up, in the other hand. Just reading through, every now and again looking up towards your ship, which It's still tied up in dock, but has pulled up the gangplank so that no one can get off or on.
Seeing this, I think Durgus would sort of stomp on forwards, putting on his angry face as he sort of approaches the obviously the sort of dockhand orderly. Does he look sort of intoxicated at all, or is he, you know?
No, he seems to be just kind of relaxing.
Yeah, I can't help but notice something's happened to my bloody ship here.
Hmm. Oh, it's your ship.
Well, it may be. I don't really know what you're doing here.
I've got to keep an eye on it.
And why's that?
Well, because technically, it's currently being what's the term? Squatted in.
What do you mean spotted in?
As far as I'm aware, the captain never produced his license, and the docking forms were never produced in triplicate. And so, technically, we can seize the ship. However, we were unawares that the ship had occupants. We didn't have the authority to expel the occupants, and so we've been in a bit of a standoff.
Standoff in what way?
Well, the ship... We want the ship, but we can't expel the occupants, which means we can't take the ship because it will have occupants. Therefore, we can't go in, but it can't leave.
And who said it can't leave?
Government?
And does government have an anchor?
Don't understand. Does it own anchors? It owns many.
No, I'm saying, if I could, just get on that ship and sail out of here, what's going to stop me?
The Navy?
You have a navy?
Yes. A fairly large one as well. We do build ships here. You do see the... He points kind of out towards, for you it would be your right, his left, where at the kind of coast of the old city you can see a great number of dry docks and shipyards that even now are putting together fairly large sailing ships.
And he sort of eases back towards the others, sort of covering his mouth. Do you think we can take on a navy?
No.
I don't think we got the firepower for that, Captain. Why don't you just give him the documents?
What's a navy?
Maybe we should just, see if there's a legal way we can deal with this.
They're Smalsy, a navy is some sort of a group of men that get on ships and.
Why don't we let Brannon handle this?
Because I'm the
So-
bloody captain. Look,
Why?
he sort of spins back around.
Doug, yes, you're the captain, but you want to be the captain of a ship, right?
Right, he's your quartermaster that handles all the official work and with the documents and stuff.
Don't remember making
Blinks
that
at being
official.
quartermaster.
I don't remember making that official designation. Look, Mr. Look, what's your name?
Dardan?
Right, Dardan. Look, we've been out there chasing cultists trying to save your bloody city here, and you're bloody trying to take our ship. Look, isn't there some sort of, in between? Like, what do we have to do? Just pay a fine or something? I mean, the bloody paperwork you give us is obscene.
Cultists? Saving the city? I don't... What? No, I don't understand anything about that, but this is your ship. You said it may or may not have been.
May I?
Please.
Look, we had a lot of business to attend to, and it ended up with us not being able to finish the paperwork. We have it with us, partially finished. What can we do?
Finish the paperwork?
Will there be a fine?
Probably.
Give us an idea of how much we're talking.
How many days late are you?
About 5, I believe.
Probably charge maybe 50 gold. About 10 gold a day.
Hey, 50?
Well,
It's done nothing but sit here in the port. I mean, what have you been even doing to it? Why'd you charge so much?
you had 2 to 3 days to fill out the paperwork.
Oh, 2 to 3 days. Oh, in that case, we're only 2 days late.
Oh, then it'll be 20.
What a stupid... What happened to free living?
Is there anywhere we could go to get maybe some help in getting this done so it gets done quicker?
I have absolutely no idea. It's your responsibility to do the paperwork.
Granted,
What are this bloody
surely not every captain you get can read and write.
No, that's why they normally have scribes and quartermasters, like your friend said.
Exactly.
Accountants? They sometimes have accountants. Lawyers. A few of them like to have lawyers, but they're more expensive than the fines.
Yeah, don't worry, Captain and Quartermaster. Your first mate will help you out. I'm pretty swift at these things, I swear.
First mates, they like to get first mates to do the work as well. Depends on the captain, really.
Bloody shut up. He sort of spins at that.
Captain, why don't you give me your paperwork and I'll finish it off?
I
no,
give
if
it
I'm
to
gonna-
the quartermaster, Captain.
Right, look. I'm gonna have to apparently fill out these things where we bloody go. So you're gonna sit me down. You're gonna teach me to, do this bloody thing, and we'll do
I'll
it together.
teach
and
you
it should
to
be fine.
write in a couple of hours.
Well, he can bloody well try. Come on. He sort of gestures, sort of spinning on his feet, huffing. As he seems to sort of walk towards the end of the pier, then stop as if he didn't really have a direction in mind. Before peering to his left and his right, looking, for like an inn or a tavern or something.
You can head back to the one you were at before.
Yeah, I think you would.
That would be the Rudder House, which was just
Yeah,
inside the city. So, heading back to the Rudder House, you are reminisced with the old ship hull that's been overturned and kind of opened up to create this open plan tavern sitting space. It's actually a little bit quieter now than it was when you first arrived, and you are all able to find chairs and a table for you to take your seats at.
Perfect. Brandon, taking a seat, will kind of gather up all of the things out of his pack and start setting out a little workspace area for him. Do you want to sit down and we can get to this?
Hey, look, we only need Geronimo.
Yeah,
Oh.
I help.
Yeah, if he wants to help, sure.
Right, well, how about us three? Sit down, sort this bloody paperwork, and you two, he sort of displays his fingers pointing towards Brannon. Oh, for God's sake,
Baron.
I hate your name so much.
Baron,
I don't know why it's so hard, man.
Baron de
Baron de
Natara.
Natara. And you two, well, I say you need to be productive. Try and find bloody or Spine, or whatever you change his name to. Gamma. Ask around. You have to have a Normagal. Someone's got to have seen him.
We've already tried asking around a tavern and didn't get much, but
Hey,
maybe
but that's
they
not
have
strange,
official.
guards. There's got to be some sort of policeman around. What, some sort of investigative thing? I mean, it's a bloody big city. If they can charge this much and bloody have this much paperwork, they must have someone keeping tabs.
Yeah, and Baron kind of shrugs, beginning to kind of potter his way out of the tavern, waiting to see if Natara follows behind.
Yeah, she'll follow.
Okay, so we've got Natara and Baron who are going off and looking for a Rello Spine. Meanwhile, we have the other three who are going to stay and try and teach Durgus to read.
Read and write, I
He's
think.
gonna
Yeah,
learn
start
to
with-
spell his name.
Start with the first one and then see if you go on to the second.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so which do you want to start with?
I guess we'll start with Durgus's.
Reading and writing, okay. So, Durgus is sitting there, and all three of you, in fact, sitting there, looking down at this horrific paperwork. And by that, I mean a bundle of paperworks, 2 sheets for the captain's license, 3 for the essentially manifests necessary for docking, as well as lots of blank paper because it was requested you do the forms in triplicate.
Yep.
What's your first port of call? Durgus is sitting there staring at these things. Durgus, to you, this all looks like a bunch of baloney. It's asking for your full name. It's asking for your place of birth. It's asking for your clan name. It's asking for any business relations you have. It asks for any patrons you might represent. It asks for your great-grandfather's middle name's pet's name.
Oh, I hate it. Brandon is going to try his best to help Durgus put together just go through it bit by bit, filling it out.
Yeah, I think Durgus' first port of call, he sort of peered towards them both. Right, so how do I spell fuck off?
No, you've got to fill it out. If you don't fill it out, then we can't get the ship.
Yeah, but
How
that was
about
a
a
funny
big
one.
no?
How do I spell fuck up?
I hate it.
Yeah.
Hey, Captain, this is how you spell poo poo pee pee, okay?
No, please, God, stop.
Geronimo's going to try and teach him how to spell poo poo pee pee.
I like how we've just decided Durgus is illiterate.
He's not. He knows it. He's not. He's got a literal. His literal character arc is a book, so no, he's not.
No,
but
that's written in Dwarven.
He
That's
is
written in
incapable
Dwarven,
of being
okay?
illiterate.
That's
Yeah.
written in
I know.
fucking Dwarven, okay? He doesn't read like normal language.
But then write
yes,
it
he
in
does.
Dwarven.
Yes, he does. We've literally
Write it in fucking Dwarven. Nobody
Shit.
cares.
Jensen literally spitting lies.
Dude, no, fucking. I don't, it's been a
Do you,
week.
do you
okay?
want
At
him? Do you
least
want him
it's
to
been a
not
week.
speak common? If you want him to not speak common, we can make that like
If he
switcheroo.
No, he's been.
Oh,
speaking
God,
Dwarven
no.
The entire time.
Please
It's
don't.
making me
Yeah.
scream.
Suddenly,
No,
or suddenly,
the
all
thing
he
I was
does.
generally going with was he knows how to read and write, just not very well.
Okay.
Think
Okay.
like primary school key stage 2 level. You know?
Don't worry. Don't worry, dude. That hits a little too close to home for me. Okay. So, Durgus, you're staring at your work. You've been offered how to spell the words poo poo pee pee.
Yeah, and then he sort of makes a crude attempt, but it's more like po pee pee po po. like there's an effort there.
Okay. So he defaces one of the sets of documents.
Oh, fucking hell.
No, you do that on the table, like with a knife. No,
Okay.
No. I think he sort of peered towards Geronimo. So, no, look, let's bloody do this thing. Even if it's gonna take a while. Look, do I need to check these, or bloody just type yes? Or, like, what does this one here say? Bloody these sort of like grandparents. What is that? Pet?
Right, so are you good to go by yourself then?
I mean, I'll say, how about I just write through it and then you read it over after?
Fine.
And
Okay.
Dolya sort of smiles quite widely at that.
Durgus, give me an intelligence check.
Can
Bum,
can that count as help or
No,
no?
you said you were going to read it afterwards. You get the result of this.
Oh god.
This could be a nat 20. This could be the moment that he shines. Maybe it might not be.
It's not. It's
No.
not.
It's a 6. My
It's a
rolls
6.
have been abysmal today.
Okay.
Actually,
In that case, while he's doing that, can I do some of mine?
Yeah, of course you can. You can give me the intelligence with your proficiency because you have the writing tool stuff. Okay, with a 15, that's pretty good. So Durgus and Brannon work for about the same amount of time. However, Geronimo, you're kind of sitting and watching, just observing, and they're working at two very different speeds. Brannon is very deftly and quite quickly scribing his way through the questions, pausing every now and again to ask questions of you two, only for him to be able to write the answers accurately. Durgus, meanwhile, seems to get stuck every other question or so, swearing fairly audibly before skipping the question, getting on to the next one, deciding that one is harder, and then coming back to try and figure out the one that he had just skipped. Every now and again he has to double check how to spell certain words, and it's disappointing sometimes the words that he needs to double check how to spell. By the time Brannon, you're getting to the end of, say, like section 2 of 4, Durgus has managed to do kind of the introductory section of applying for his captain's license. It's now getting to the point where he started to get more nautical questions, and basically all knowledge is just gone because he can't comprehend the words.
Right. So, but tell me again, what's a port side?
It's the side of the ship.
Ain't that the left side?
I mean, why don't I just call it left, or right, or front, or back, like normal people?
Well, you're the one that wants to be the captain, so surely you should know this stuff.
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
It's because that's the bit that goes up to the port.
Yeah, whatever. But, look, can you just, write for me. I'll tell you the information, and then we just go through it after you. You show me the words, you tell me what they mean. That sort of thing.
Fine. We can go through it afterwards. Just put it on the pile, and he points towards the big pile of notes.
Yeah, and he sort of dumps quite quickly the sheets he had down before sort of leaning backwards and folding his arms, sort of kicking his feet up onto the table before peering over towards Geronimo. In fact, he's got his own stuff to do. How about you scribe for me?
It'll be my absolute pleasure, Captain.
He sort of takes the thing he just dumped and dumps it in front of Geronimo.
Okay. Perfect. In which case, can I get another intelligence with proficiency from Brannon, and I can have an intelligence from Durgus with advantage.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say?
Brannon, make another saving throw like you just did. Durgus, make a check with advantage.
Oh my god, my rolls!
Durgus,
Jesus!
Durgus, you're getting smarter, Durgus. Brannon, it's still
infecting me.
The stupid is spreading. It's still slow going mostly because this is very dry and very boring. It asks about historical purchases with the vessel. It asks about when you picked it up. It asks about if you have any intention of selling. It asks if you have any family relationships to do with businesses that involve shipping. It asks if you have any family relations or friends who might be involved on the government side of Farrick. It asks if you have any, just all this stuff. Oh, it's just bile of just bureaucratic nonsense that you just have to go through. And your answers aren't particularly intelligent. Like, you don't have to think too hard about them, but they're just so boring, and there's so many of them that it is just mind-numbing and dreary. Yes.
That's actually a good point. Brandon will pause when they get to the question saying, how did they get the ship? And look at the other two and go, what are we putting for how we got this?
Do you think we'll have an issue if we just say we took it from some cultists?
I think that might require some looking into, or it might not, but I think maybe this would be the time for a white lie.
Just say it was left to me by my granddad.
Didn't we tell some people that it was... Oh, fine. He'll write down, completely ignoring Durgus, that they purchased it off the headsman of... I can't remember the name of the town.
Storia, there we go. Okay. So you're still working through these things. Durgus, meanwhile, you're doing a little bit better. With Geronimo to scribe for you, it's improved, especially as he does some of the reading. However, you are still stuck by a number of questions. For example, there is a section on health and safety that asks if your ship has become disabled and has taken under tow. When a fog bank rolls in, what sound signals should you make?
I feel you've genuinely researched this, Alex. God damn it. He sort of furrows his brow, leans forward, sort of props his head up by his elbow. I mean, don't they really, they don't usually have like horns and things on ships, do they? Surely we just like scream, yell out.
No, I'm fairly sure they got some horns if there's if they see fog or they gotta go places. Surely that makes sense to me. Actually, would Geronimo have read anything about this?
Sailing, health and safety.
Sailing health and safety.
Sailing health and safety. I'm not so sure.
No. Wood carver's tools. In his time learning about wood carving things and shipbuilding, would he know anything about ship?
Really?
You can give me an intelligence at disadvantage.
You know what? I will take just even having the roll.
I was about to say, he's a benevolent god.
Intelligence
at disadvantage. Just a check, just a check, not a save.
7.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, you've built a bunch of hulls, but you have no idea health and safety wise what captains should be doing in the event of being towed when a fog bank comes in.
Did we have a horn on the ship?
Geronimo scratch.
Did you have a horn on the ship?
Yeah.
No.
Because I know the answer is like a foghorn, but I don't know if we actually had one.
Right.
Let's see if we make like a random guess.
Geronimo scratches his sort of chin and kind of goes, "Yeah,
Here's how we're gonna do it. Maybe shout fog, and then in those brackety things, the dwarvish technique." He sort of leans back like this is a genius idea.
Geronimo's going to enter that in.
Okay. The next part in the health and safety is: would you deem it appropriate if you were to hire salesmen aboard your ship who suffered from anchrophobia?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Would Geronimo know what anchrophobia is?
Again, you can give me an intelligence at disadvantage. I don't know if fears and phobia. I don't know if fears and phobias really came up during your training as an engineer.
Is that a survival thing? I don't know.
I just looked up what anchrophobia was.
12?
Acrophobia.
No. You don't know 12? No, not really.
Maybe they're afraid of anchors. I don't know.
Is it acro or anchor?
I mean, this is
acrophobia or
this is Geronimo telling Durgus.
Oh, fuck's sake. Goddamn Boston accents. Durgus just sort of narrows his eyes, thinking for a few moments, as he sort of peers out over the inn. And then he peers back and goes, "Yes."
You want to say yes, we do take him on board, or yes, we don't take him on board?
I mean, is it a hypothetical or saying we do have people with acrophobia on it?
No, it's saying hypothetically, if they had anchrophobia, that you would take him on board.
I mean,
does it read agoraphobia or anchophobia?
It reads anchrophobia.
Anchrophobia, okay.
You're gonna go with yes?
He'd nod, yes.
Okay, yes.
Write it down.
Okay. There are a number of other questions to a similar line, talking about the health and safety of being on board a ship, the appropriateness for your role as a captain, looking into your business and your financials, asking about your liquidity and things like that. You are asked to disclose any family businesses. Would you disclose the Barley Brew family businesses?
I think he would. He's relatively proud of it.
Okay. Whilst this is happening, Baron and Natara, you are hitting the big city.
Yeah.
You have stepped away from the tavern. Things are still bustling and booming here. This is a city that industrially is doing very well. People are fairly well off, if perhaps not the most healthy in the world. And you're instructed to look for any evidence of a Mr. Aurello's spine. What do you want to do?
Yeah, so Baron would kind of take the first few steps out of the tavern and, with his hands on his hips, kind of look around at many passers-by. Where do we start? Is there some kind of leader here? I'm guessing they're not all...
Suppose we can ask those in public service, such as like the guards and things like that. Maybe like a guards captain or something. Maybe they've heard of him.
Yes, I think that'll be the right move. And he'd kind of have a look around, trying to see if there was anyone who was specifically standing out as a guard nearby.
There'll be a couple. You're fairly near the gates, and there are a couple of members of the guard who are kind of standing nearby, clearly to be on hand, though they themselves aren't taking any active part in seeing people through the gates.
Yeah, and would they probably just walk straight over to them, trying to grab one of their attention?
One of them turns, a small gnome, very stocky looking, hammer over one shoulder. He peers up at you as you approach. Yes?
Do you keep record on who's coming in and out of the city, or...?
Does it look like we do? And he kind of gestures towards the gate where the guards aren't taking names or anything.
No.
Afraid not, fella.
Right,
I assume you're looking for someone.
I just heard the dreaded knock of Jared's door, so I think he's...
Hi, we're looking for an Aurello's spine.
can't say the name rings a bell, but we take incident reports.
Oh, no incident. We're just looking for the fella.
Oh,
There may have been an incident. Is there any way we can have a look into that?
can't let you take a look at the forms yourself, since you're not guards, but do you know roughly when the incident might have happened?
I mean, there might have not even been an incident.
I see. I
It's
mean,
more after.
yeah, there's not a huge amount I can do to help you then. If you don't know when roughly an incident might have happened, I'm not exactly going to go digging through all the incident reports. We get quite a lot in the city this size. Just earlier today, I had some lady whose washing got stole.
Your incident reports, are they labeled by number or name?
We normally organise them by guard, and then by patrol house, and then by
Hmm.
district.
Is there anyone in the city that would maybe tally people, write down their names, things like that?
We take records of ships that approach, but even then we only record the captains. We don't record any of the crew or people like that. We don't take tallies. Sometimes they try and do some of the visitors' censuses, but they're rare because they're quite expensive and a little bit fucking difficult.
I really appreciate the Australian accent.
Yeah, I
by the
fucking
way.
love it. She'd look over to Baron. Any guesses?
I can't really say I have any. If I needed to find someone, I'd ask, and if my clan didn't know, I'd find another one and ask them.
I mean, I'm sorry I can't be more helps, but if you're looking for someone in particular, maybe knowing when they got here, or what ship they were on, or something like that might help you. If you don't got that in...
Let me think. Why do I write so many notes?
I don't know, mate, but it might fucking help if they were organised.
It would. Shut up, gnome.
Sorry. Here to protect and serve and all that.
That's better. Oh my. I believe he might have come from Norcliffe.
Norcliffe? That's a hell of a journey to make. We don't get huge amounts of ships coming that way, at least not ones that aren't cargo haulers. I guess we get a grain shipment through fairly regular, like. We don't produce a huge amount ourselves here, but the Republic does fairly well selling out to us.
And do you know who they'd go through? Surely they'd have to sign some kind of paper.
Well, yeah, of course. They themselves have to get all the licenses and stuff to trade on such a level. There's a particular company that deals with that from out in the Republic. I'm trying to remember what they're called. There's something charter?
Okay.
Something selling charter? Republic Trading Charter, that was it.
Okay. And I'm guessing they have a place set up here.
They got an outpost down by the docks in the old city. He points kind of further towards where the more shipbuilding districts are. They might keep records if they've had any passages on their ships.
Okay, well, we'll have to work with that for now. Thank you.
Not a problem. Have a good stay.
Baron kind of just gives him a quick nod. Almost kind of reaching out to maybe pat him on the shoulder like he would Geronimo, and then realizing that it's not Geronimo. Before kind of beginning to make his way further into the city towards where the gnome was gesturing.
Yeah, Natara, are you heading with Baron as he goes?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the walk is fairly busy. You're kind of jostled around a lot. It's kind of like wandering down a main road in, say, London or something like that. And every now and again you have to do your best to avoid mess that has been left in the street by the great deal of carrying animals and pack animals and things like that. But still, you make your way down to the water's edge. That salty breeze beginning to assault the nostrils as it's very easy to find the kind of the major working offices of the Republic Trading Charter. Sorry. The building itself stands out because it's rather tall, has a slight tower attached to it, and there is a large kind of shield emblem on the front, similar to the flag that you saw back in Norcliffe, Norcliffe being run by the same charter. As you approach the front, the door is quite clearly open. There are a couple of people queued up, but they're moving through relatively quickly, and so by the time you join the queue and enter inside, you're welcomed in by a clerk who is a goblin, who is currently worrying her fingers over a book as you step inside. One moment, please. Yes?
We were told that this is a place we can find more information on imports to Farrick.
Which particular imports are you interested in?
Well, originally I thought it was from Norcliffe, but I believe from either Badgerton or Houndford.
We don't run any direct charters from those places to here. However, we have some larger liners that make stops. Do you have a rough date on the charter you're interested in?
Yeah, Baron kind of just looks a bit confused and overwhelmed. No, we're just trying to find someone, but no exact dates. It's a bit up in the air.
Would they have been passenger or crew?
Passenger, I imagine.
The traders that run those routes don't normally take passengers. The list shouldn't be too long. She begins to flick through the book, reading down through that kind of doctor's handwriting scribble that clearly she can read, but no one else in the world probably can. Eventually getting to a few sections and saying, I know the particular sections of the records and the archives that we'd need to check. It would take some time, however. Are you paying for an official inquiry?
I didn't know there was such a thing.
It's 2 silver an hour for the work.
I suppose so. Do you think it'll take long?
Given the... who in particular... Are you looking for a particular name? The more details you can give, the less time it will take.
We're looking for an Arello Spine.
Arello Spine, yes.
I believe he's a dwarf.
Dwarf, good, yes.
He may have had a gnome or a halfling with him.
Gnome or halfling. Travelling partner?
Yes.
Yes, good, okay. Do you need any details about this gnome or dwarf?
Preferably where they're heading next, if you keep track of that.
I see, yes, okay. Anything else you can tell me? Age? Description? Possible profession? We sometimes take that information.
I think he had grey hair from what I've been told.
Grey hair, thank you.
But that's pretty much it.
This should be fine. Looking at the limited number of records to check and with the information you have, I shouldn't expect it to take more than 2 hours.
Okay, that's fine. Do I pay now or?
You can pay now, and I can promise we'll look into it sooner.
Yes, that's fine. And then he would kind of pull out the various coins that he'd probably just have loose in like the pockets of his coat.
Yep.
Just looking at change and very slowly counting it in his head, maybe pointing at each individual coin before handing them over onto the desk.
That would be a total of 4 silver, sorry, for the 2 hours.
That's all good.
Okay. She takes the change, counts it out quickly, places it into a money box before nodding her head. I'll pass this on to one of the clerks immediately, and we shall see if we can get your information. Can I get a name?
Baron.
Baron.
Blackwind. We're on a ship, the Sea Serpent. It's currently in the dock.
Well, I recommend you don't board and leave on that ship in the next, say, 3 hours. If you come back in 3 hours, that gives me an hour to get into the hands of the clerk and 2 hours for the work.
That's fine, thank you.
Fantastic. Just come back here, say your name and your business, who you want investigated, and I'm sure we'll have the results for you.
And Baron kind of just nods to that, looking back to Natara. Is there anything else, or?
No, I think you've covered it all there.
The gnome adjusts these giant spectacles that balance on the end of a hooked nose. As she says, "Anything else to do with the charter?"
No, that's everything.
"I'm glad to be of assistance. Enjoy the rest of your day." She tips her glasses slightly as she immediately tries to look past you at whoever is next in the queue.
Yeah, and Baron would begin kind of pushing his way through the queue. Likely just heading towards the tavern once again, unless
Yeah.
Natara had any plans.
No, we'll go towards the tavern.
By the time you get to the tavern, you return to find perhaps Brannon head in hands, because he's got to the end of the paperwork, and now he just needs to copy it into triplicate. The hard part is over, the even harder part has just begun. Meanwhile, Geronimo is busy trying to explain to Durgus that a ketch is a type of ship.
Yeah, Captain, you see, a ketch is a type of ship.
No, I swear it's when you bloody, someone's thrown at you and you take it in your hands.
That's called catching. This is a catch.
Well, catch, it's a pretty simple thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's you throw the ball, you catch it, and then you got the ship that's also a catch.
I don't... Right. Look, I'll take your bloody word for it. Look, how long is the bloody thing gonna take? Why did I need all this?
Yeah, why don't we make it quicker and just let me do all the work, Captain? You just talk it through, and I'll just sign it here and there using my gnomish intelligence.
Oh, I mean, so, you do the right thing, but I'm still the captain after all. I mean, they need to know what I, know.
Yeah, but if I kind of like fill in the blanks a little bit, and then you just kind of give me the important information, maybe that makes it a little bit quicker instead of, cutting the corners a little bit, so to say.
Well, if you think it's pretty important, you ask me, okay? None of this, stupid ship stuff, even if I do, need to learn it at some point, but, we'll be fine for now.
Don't worry, Captain, I got your best interest at heart. You're keeping me safe, so I gotta keep you safe.
I guess so. But still, I mean, do you even know much about these, ship things?
I mean, I built some ships now and then in the past, but I can't say that I know all the bits and pieces of it. We're fairly new, so know as much as you do.
Well, you do your right thing. So if you're stuck on anything, ask me, okay?
Okie dokie. Aye, Captain. And Geronimo is going to attempt to fill it in with Durgus's minimal help.
Okay. I don't need more checks for this. It does take some time. Natara and obviously Barons, you do return during this. But eventually you're able to fill out the captain's license application form in full. There are definitely some sections where you know that Durgus has provided you either with information that's incorrect because he doesn't understand, because he doesn't know and he's making it up, or simply because he's being obstinate. One of those three reasons is normally the reason something's wrong, but you leave it in there anyway, because frankly changing it would probably break the mind, and you get to a similar point as Brannon, where you're basically just at the point where you need to just copy it out in triplicate. This doesn't require much brain work, it just requires time. The day is still fairly early in the afternoon as you get to this point. If you worked hard, you might be able to get this done by nightfall.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Could I speed this up if I was to use my special quill?
Does that speed you up?
Well, the thing is, it doesn't. It writes by itself, so
That probably could speed you up then, yeah. There's certainly no physical exhaustion from letting something else write for you. Especially if it's
So
just if it's just copying.
So yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking is, if it's writing by itself, I could also write at the same time. Or
Yeah. That would double the time. Absolutely.
So yeah, he's gonna use his Wizardly Quill to float next to him as he's writing down the copy.
In which case, as well, especially if you're willing to kind of go over and help Geronimo with copying as well when you were done,
Yeah.
then you would both probably be finished about an hour and a half before nightfall. The time ticks by for most of you. It is a number of hours spent waiting, probably being forced to order drinks if you want to stay there. So I'm going to ask everyone to put forward 2 coppers to basically pay for the minimal drinks expected for you to maintain a table, especially as it gets busier.
That's fine.
You can all enjoy a tasty ale, a mead, perhaps a watered down wine,
Wow.
some vinegar if you're up for it, who knows.
Oof.
But you managed to get yourselves a drink, and you managed to finish the copying a couple of hours before nightfall, with the documents totally filled out, written in triplicate. One of the corners on one of the captain's license documents has a little bit of a stain from a drink on it, but with some kind of gentle working, you reckon it'll be fine.
Okay, so I think after all this time and the small cramp that I got in my right hand, I think we're done, Captain. We can take these to the shipwright office now.
Oh, yeah, you sure?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, how about you, Baron? You finished too?
I think so. He starts flipping through the pages. Yep, that's it all done in triplicate. So, yep, we're all done.
Yeah, Hatsy helped me out a little bit. Such a good sport, ain't you, Hatsy?
Well, I mean, it was more that thing. And he points at the quill floating next to him.
Oh yeah, well that's true. Who's a good quill? And he's gonna tickle it.
The quill is tickled.
Yeah, the quill doesn't respond. It's an inanimate fucking object.
Why would you crush his dreams like that? I don't understand.
Because you're busy going on about pastries.
Brandon will make it shake a little bit as if it's being tickled.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Okay, yeah, Geronimo kind of smugly smiles, not being naive to realize that Brandon was helping him out with his dreams and passions. Instead, turns back to Durgus and nods.
So, lead the way, Captain. You gotta hand this in.
Aye, and he sort of takes the things as they're offered over. Sort of just bundling him into his grip right now as he would they know where like the harbour master's office is?
There was a small station at the end of the jetty that you had spoken to before when you'd first arrived.
Yeah. And he'd not proudly but almost begrudgingly stomp on forwards towards this thing, you know, even if it was sort of not the dead of night but pretty damn late. He'd sort of peer on in to see if it was still open.
There's certainly someone still at the office. It's not the figure you spoke to earlier. Instead, it's a fairly almost skeletal, quite gaunt-looking woman, very severe features, who is currently deftly checking through the book, ticking off sections, and as you approach, she peers up at you. Yes.
And he sort of takes the things and just slams them down to the desk. Right, I've bloody done it. I don't know if we're late or anything, but I'm finished.
She almost disgustingly begins to peel through the papers, checking each one in turn. She scans each one for a moment, nods her head, moves on to the next one. And which ship is yours?
Well, we call it the Cutlass, but the name on the side is the Sea Shepherd.
I see you have applied for the name change as well. It shall henceforth be the Cutlass. You may want to get the name scrubbed.
We will do it when we can.
And what our documents say here, you are 2 days late.
And what does that mean?
It's a 20 gold fine.
And do we have to pay it now?
You have to pay for the ship to be released. No more fines will be accrued. It must be paid for release of the vessel.
He sort of sighs and peers back towards the others as the dwarf just sort of begrudgingly reaches down and bundles through his pockets, pulling forward sort of piece after piece of gold, sort of picking back. Can there be, some sort of discount? I mean, we've been pretty damn busy, saving your bloody city here.
She looks you up and down before frowning. What exactly are you saving us from?
First off, and he sort of goes to crack his knuckles. I don't know if you heard, but up north there's been occultists running around, basically raiding and pillaging a load of villages, killing sort of sects of druids and things like that, and I think they nearly attacked a town. Well, we dealt with them, and the bloody eye in the sky thing you got?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's probably going to be something coming through there soon. We're going to stop that as well.
Oh, you're one of the doomsayers lot. No. No discount for religious sects.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're bloody helping you here.
Yes, they're all helping. The world will come to an end, but no, it won't, because you will stop it. Yes, like all the others. No discounts for religious sects. 20 gold is the fine for the holding. No more will be accrued with the arrival of the documents, but before the ship can be released, it must be paid.
And he sort of furrows his eyebrows quite heavily,
Yeah.
sort of hands pulling into fists as he looks ready to almost throw himself over the desk towards her.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to poke him in the side. Quite hard. With a finger. And looks towards Douglas and goes, "Yeah, ain't no problem, Captain. I got 10 gold here. Anybody else got 10 gold?
I've got 10, I think. And Baron is once again kind of holding a sum of gold in his hands. I think there's 10 here, and you just kind of place them onto the desk.
No, it's fine. It's my bloody ship." And he goes and he sort of like scoops the gold back off the desk and hands it back towards Baron as he reaches down and fumbles through, pulling forwards a flurry of coppers. Like, he had a lot of coppers, but then eventually gets to the silvers. And then finally these gold pieces start racking up in his palm. Until finally there are sort of 20 there. And then he sort of splays them out in front of the woman and claps his hands together like, "Right, is that okay?"
She gives them a quick count through to make sure there are indeed the 20 pieces of gold necessary. Happy with the maths, she then nods her head, kind of collects the gold pieces, pulls them into a small pouch, and then tucks that and seals that away in the little station for the Harbmaster's office. It is absolutely fine. I shall note down on the records the fine is paid. Your documents are in. If you are willing to wait for 24 hours, we will have your captain's license processed and handed to you. If not, then it can be collected upon your next arrival at the port.
Good. Right, and can you tell me as well whose idea it was to, have this massive bloody paperwork for just someone coming into port?
These are the necessary shipping arrangements for you to regularly come and go with goods and cargo as you please. Every captain must go through it at least once.
And he sort of exhales quite firmly. Necessary, my bloody arse. They asked for my grandparents' bloody pet. I mean, who thinks that's a good bloody idea?
I am not involved in constructing the sheets. You would have to look at my supervisors.
Hey, and what's your supervisor's name?
Which one of them?
Well, the head one. Mr. Top.
Top as in of the Harbour Masters? Or would you like to look instead at House Zibble? Or would you instead like to look at the High Ordiners?
He just sort of baffs his hand and says, "I don't know your bloody... Look, leave it, take the gold, I'll be back later."
Understandable. You might want to let your companions on the ship know that they can put the gangplank down now. We will not be seizing the ship.
I bloody will.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
Oh, evening.
And Geronimo's going to try and bustle Durgus out.
Yeah, as Durgus would already be sort of returning and stomping away.
Durgus is legit the dwarven Karen.
I was about to say.
I want to speak to your manager.
What's the name of your manager?
Okay, so you guys make your way up to the ship. The ship, as I mentioned before, is still tied up. As you get closer, you kind of come to a stop outside of it, and there is no way up onto the ship as of right now. The deck looks abandoned.
And sort of getting to the end of the jetty, Durgus sort of puts both hands by the side of his mouth and calls out, "You can let the bloody plank down, we've paid. They're not going to come back. You can bloody leave."
There's a pause of a few moments before the face of Rolt appears over the side. He kind of is holding on. He's clearly like kind of half hiding as if expecting this is some kind of trick. And then he sees you and he stands up fully and kind of laces his arms over the banister on the side of the ship. "Well, what do you know? It's you guys."
Hey, you bloody... The bloody time we've had, I tell you. I never had to fill out these stupid bloody forms.
Oh, I know. They wanted to take the ship. So we stopped and we pulled up the gangplank. We jabbed some of them with spears at one point.
I'm bloody good on you. That's how I wish I bloody jabbed them myself. Twats, a load of them.
I'd say so too, but they said they wanted to take the ship, but we wouldn't let them. Then they said something about not being allowed to force us off, so we knew we'd won then. You'd come back at some point.
You know what, Geralt? You're a good man. You've been promoted to a ship bodyguard.
Ship bodyguard? I quite like the sound of that.
That's a pretty prestigious position. I should know because we made it. It's a very good position.
Oh, I like.
What do I do then?
Well, you know, you've got to leave the ship occasionally. I mean, you know, we're sort of like the shore team. We've got to have a boat team as well.
Your management.
Exactly.
Yeah. The Smalzy, you're the captain's bodyguard.
Oh.
Rolt is busy chuckling as you say this. Meanwhile, you can hear the scraping of wood as he's clearly kind of adjusting and moving the gangplank off from the deck to slide it down onto the jetty.
And, and he sort of quite quickly hushes his voice as he sort of clambers up the gangplank, sort of moving up towards Rolt. And, did you, pay attention to the woman in the hull?
Oh, yeah, Raylith's been seeing her.
Oh, that's good. Okay. We're sort of worried that she may have starved to death or something.
No, but, I tried to get Raylith to, be a little bit more circumspect, but they've kind of become fast friends.
Friendly friends?
Well, they, sit up at night, eating and drinking and talking.
Yeah. You love her. She's not started, spouting about religious things, has she?
No, I'm pretty sure they were talking about someplace they came from.
If anything, Douglas, I think it would likely be the other way.
It'd be quite a good... Oh.
No, I was just about to say that might actually help us.
Well, that's until we show our face. I mean, she may be friends with Raylith, but we've not exactly been nice.
Well, I tried to get her to be distant because you haven't been nice, but yeah, I don't tell Raylith what to do.
But Brandon's been nice, haven't you?
I've been, trying.
It's okay. If you need bad cop, I can go back down there and,
No, please, I don't want to do some kind of act.
Oh, you'll be delighted with Rankle.
Hey,
Oh?
which one's Rankle again?
Rankle.
The one with the mop.
Swabby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the bird.
Oh, he's been a star. He's the one that found me the spears for poking the people that are trying to get on the ship. He swabbed the whole lower deck. Your room, he points at Geronimo and Durgus, spotless. Truly spotless. I would eat my food off there if that weren't disgusting.
And the bed's okay? It ain't falling up? I mean, not that it would, but...
He's cleaned the sheets and everything.
Oh, perfect. Hey, Captain, it's our space is beautiful.
Hello.
Apparently.
We'll have to see, I guess. Well, if that's the case, what do you think the plan is now? I mean, we can sleep, head over in the morning, grab the license, and what did you exactly find? He says, thrusting a hand out towards Baron and Tara.
He's got it.
We paid for a charter.
They're looking into it, I think.
Aye.
Whether Aurelio came here or if he's ever been here, hopefully. But I need to pick that up. But if we're staying here the night, I can just go in the morning.
Right, well, let's do that then. I'll give him a bloody license in the morning. You go with the thing. You can come back, and then ship sail.
And I think with that, as a fantastic plan to spend the night on the ship, grab your things in the morning and then head off, we can call this session here. So, I can bring background music to an end. We had a pretty good session, I feel. That was quite enjoyable. A little bit of combat at the start, and then we got lots of roleplay in there. Ship roleplay.
A little bit of heart attack in the start, He's peasy.
That's how you wake people up.
I actually thoroughly enjoyed that session. It was very nice.
It was really fun.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. We have my favourite kind of roleplay, which is bureaucracy roleplay.
Oh, no, please.
I don't want to write if I get another flipping document to do, I'm going to quit.
Well, you're the wizard.
The Wizard of Scribes as well. You picked writing to be your character focus.
Yep.
Yeah, I was expecting collecting spells.
Yeah, dude. Instead, you get to fill out application forms.
Should have played at college a little bit.
My work
Exactly.
again.
Exactly. For everyone watching though, we hope you obviously enjoyed it as well. We are not at a level up. We've only just had our level ups and none of that stuff. We can go through some after session stuff pretty quickly. We got a few new bonds up on the board between now and last session. Are there any bonds people feel they have figured out?
No.
I think there's one from Durgus that's already gone.
Again.
Oh no! Like he didn't learn much. Like he started,
True.
and then we basically just said, "Fuck it, let them do it," because we're time constrained now.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
if anything, I've made negative process.
That's the best kind of progress to make, is to move further away. No, that's absolutely fine. If no one feels they've resolved any, that's all good. We have plenty of time to do it. Oh,
Oh, you're not the only one that's made negative progress as well.
nice. At the end of the day, this is what bonds are about. They're about creating arcs that you could roleplay, but actually if you roleplay in different directions, or if you feel that things go in a different way, obviously they're not rules. They're not hard and fast. But still, if no one feels they've got any there, we don't need to do any of the stuff in this session because you guys haven't advanced as characters. I think overall, the last thing for us to do is to do our raid. So we need to go out and find another D&D channel that we want to pick on. So I'm just going to go on my Twitch account and see who's live, because I know Let's Quest aren't live today.
What about this? The one right next to us at the minute is one called Gnatha Adventures.
Oh, I'm not seeing that. Oh, there, Gnatha Adventures, the Outlaws.
Session 20, Bon Voyage.
Bon voyage.
Electrum
Bon
Exchange.
voyage.
Electrum Exchange. Okay, that's not bad. What else have we got? Test, just test. D&D boy band test.
That one, 100%.
Oh no, I don't know. We had my brother in for our test stream, and that wasn't cool.
That wasn't.
D&D. What happens in Tori? Episode 1. Telia Misfits. We did. Oh, the Telia Misfits we done before. They've got the drawings. You can see them.
Oh yeah.
They've got the drawings they
The
did
little stick
themselves.
drawing.
Yeah,
Oh.
those are always good fun. What have
Yeah.
we got above us? Ready, Steady, Crit, Newbie Patrol. Oh, they're doing Lost Dragons of Icespire. Oh, they're doing that feels like Fandelver and Icespire. Those. What do we feel? I'll let you guys decide. I decide so much.
I honestly think we should go for the ones that I suggested.
Gnatha Adventures.
Gnatha Adventures, because they're just above us.
Anything else? Anyone else with anything different?
Let's do that.
No,
one.
that works for me.
Okay, I'll set the raid up then. Open that bad boy up. You're going to hear lots of tapping because that's how it works. /raid. They are.
Wait, that's how keyboards work?
Yeah, apparently, dude.
No.
Consider me shook.
Honestly,
shook.
Electrum
Shook us.
Exchange. Perfect. Okay. That should set that up. Perfect. Hop on in. Make sure you say lots of lovely hellos. Make sure you stick around to listen what's going on with them at least. It's always good. And you know what? We're not the only channel that does good D&D. There are others out there. So
I don't believe it for a minute.
oh well, I know it's shocking. We are the best, but there are other good ones. But still, we hope you enjoyed. We hope to see as many of you as possible next week. And goodbye for now.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Ta-ta!